Representing District 1, Sandra Merman. Representing District 2, Ken Hagan. Representing District 3, Les Miller. Representing District 4, Stacy White. Representing District 5, Mariella Smith. Representing District 6, Pat Kemp. Representing District 7, Kimberly Overman. The County Administrator is Mike Merrill. The County Attorney is Christine Beck. Time is set aside at the beginning of each meeting for citizens to speak on any issue. So we have time for everyone. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes. Today's meeting is brought to you with closed captioning by Hillsborough Television.
Good morning, and welcome to the meeting of your Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and invocation given by Chaplain Commissioner White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, I pray that you will guide this board, our staff, and the citizens that have turned out this morning to advocate and speak their minds on various issues. As always, Lord, I pray for members of our armed forces and our first responders. Pray that you will keep them safe each and every day, bless them and guide them. I ask for all of these things and these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner White. We're going to move now into our accommodations and presentations. I'm going to shift this around this morning if there's no objection. Commissioner Hagan will present his commendation, then his proclamation first. Then Commissioner Merman will give her commendation, and I will give mine. Is there any objection to that? No objection? Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my honor to present this first commendation. This presentation is near and dear to my heart because it's about a homegrown movie featuring a hometown hero who has overcome great odds. This time, I'd like to invite up here with me John Piazza and Ruth Piazza, Sam Piazza, Stephanie Piazza, and Banner Piazza, Katie Hunziger, Ellie Hunziger, and Mackenzie Hunziger, and last but not least, my good friend, Renee Wormack, the producer, director, and writer of this film. If you all could please come up here and join me. Sam Piazza's journey is a testament to what is possible when a young, courageous man with a disability is loved by his family and embraced by his community. Hillsborough County is honored to be the location for this independent film produced by USF alum and Tampa native Renee Wormack. It is important that we support stories like Sam's to showcase inclusion and the abilities of people with Down syndrome. Thank you to all of those who have financially supported this endeavor. I applaud PDQ for employing and celebrating Sam Piazza and encourage all employers to embrace people with disabilities. This time I'd like to ask if we can run, I think we have a 1-minute trailer here.
He said, well, we believe your son has trisomy 21. And I'm like, well, what's that? And he said, Down syndrome. Do you want to hold him?
I'm getting sick and tired of hearing the R word.
You know, and I was able, and Sam was able to educate people on, you know, that we didn't have to look at them and call them mongoloids, you know, that we had moved on and, you know, they were first a person.
If you have passion, it can do great things.
I'd like to read the commendation, which states, "The Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners is pleased to honor Sam Piazza for his unwavering courage, optimism, and strength, serving as an advocate for people with disabilities. A Tampa native born with Down syndrome, Mr. Piazza is a remarkable person who has overcome great obstacles while accomplishing his goals. His achievements while attending Gaither High School are extraordinary. He was manager of the boys basketball team, president of the school's Best Buddies chapter, and crowned Homecoming King in 2009. His outstanding work as a role model in the United Way's promotional campaign illustrated his passion to help others. In addition to earning a black belt in karate, competing in the Special Olympics, and volunteering at Gigi's Playhouse, Mr. Piazza works as a team member at PDQ in Tampa. He has been commended by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for serving as an advisor to its law enforcement personnel on the needs of people with disabilities. Mr. Piazza's amazing life story inspired the new documentary film Because of Sam, which is being released in July to highlight the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act. The movie will transform how the world views people with Down syndrome and inspire all people to pursue their dreams. The Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida does hereby commend Sam Piazza for his tireless perseverance as a role model for those with disabilities. Awarded the 17th day of July 2019, signed by all 7 of the Board of County Commissioners. And before I present this to Sam and ask him and Renee to say a few words, I'd just like to say that encourage you all to attend the special screening of the film at Tampa Theater on July 29th and support Renee and Sam as they embark on their journey to share this film with the world. So it's my pleasure to present this to you, Sam.
Thank you, sir. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Hi. I just want to say thank you for giving me this plaque. And I want to thank the commissioners and my family who has been there for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hagan, and thank you for the Piazza family for being here, and Sam, for your courage and for standing up for people with disabilities, and Sam, for speaking out against bullying. In 2009, I was on the couch reading the old paper, when it used to be paper. This is the exact copy of what I was reading, and I did not know this family. I flew off the couch when I saw that he had Down syndrome and he had won Homecoming King at Gaither High School. I went to Chamberlain. I'm a fellow chief like Commissioner Hagan, and that probably wouldn't have happened at my school. High school's an awkward time, and I was blown away. I tracked down Sherry Ackerman, who had written the article, and met this wonderful woman here who poured her life out to me in 3 hours of interviewing. Fast forward 2017, when I departed and retired early from county government to pursue my dreams, I was noticing that Sam was working at PDQ in Carrollwood. So 10 years ago, there was no hope of funding and no way for me to get this movie done. And I want to applaud Commissioner Hagan for writing the letter of support that helped me get this ball rolling, and to take that to PDQ. And the rest is history. The community has come together. We do have enough funding to move forward and finalize the film. I challenge you all to support Tampa's Rocky Balboa, Sam Piazza, and sell that theater out. July 29th, let's sell that theater out. We have Beyonce, who's awesome, the Super Bowl, who's awesome. Those things come to Tampa, we sell them out and make a great fuss about them. This is worthy, 1,100 seats, okay? Let's do that for Sam Piazza in Tampa's only historic movie palace. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
Yes, I just want to say thank you to everyone, especially to you, Sam, and to your family for being willing to do the work and come forward and tell this story, because I watched the longer version of the trailer on what's that website, Sam? Because of Sam.com. I watched the longer version of the trailer and was very moved, and I cannot wait to see the film. But it's an exciting story that needs to be told, not just because it's a great individual story, but because it speaks to so many other people and their stories and what our community is about. And so I appreciate, too, Ms. Wormack for all the work making the film, and Commissioner Hagan for making this happen, because it's really important for everyone in our community. This is how we bring our community together to celebrate diversity and to become informed about people with disabilities and what can be accomplished. And so I thank you all for working on this and for bringing it to us, and I can't wait to see it on Friday. Thank you. Monday is when I'm going, Monday. Thank you.
Well, it's a privilege for me to present this proclamation declaring July 2019 as Parks and Recreation Month in Hillsborough County. Open areas, parks have been treasured and enjoyed going back as far as recorded time. Parks are used for physical activities, a lazy picnic, or just a temporary escape into nature from the harried elements of daily life. A park can be an expanse of natural beauty, like the Grand Canyon, a structured modern-day sports complex, or a small neighbor pocket park with nothing more than a bench or two. Some might say that one of our country's biggest advocacy of parks was President Theodore Roosevelt, who is credited with setting aside more than 230 million acres for posterity. He also established the first national wildlife refuge right here in Florida in 1903. Here in Hillsborough, our Parks and Recreation Department oversees an extensive area of the county, covering over 3,000 acres of open space, including 166 parks, 53 recreation centers, and 38 sports complexes. Additionally, our Environmental Lands Management section provides for the management and restoration of over 63,000 acres of land acquired through the ELAP program. We have almost 17,000 acres for outdoor activities like swimming, camping, and fishing, as well as 500 miles of trails for hiking, biking, and horse riding. And most of these activities are available to both the able-bodied as well as those with challenges through Hillsborough's adaptive recreation programs. This is all for the benefit and pure enjoyment of our residents and visitors. With all there is to do and so many places to go, so much fun to be had, is it any wonder why Congress in 2009 passed a resolution recognizing the whole month of July in honor of our many park and recreational opportunities. This is one time where I 100% agree with Congress, and I'm very happy to sponsor this proclamation and celebration and recognition of National Parks and Recreation Month. This time I'd like to invite up Parks Director Rick Valdez. I believe Dexter Barge is here as well, although I don't see him. I don't know if there's any members of the Parks Board. If so, I'd invite you to please come forward too. I apologize, I left out Forest, Tuberville. I'm going to read the proclamation that says, whereas parks and recreation centers are integral parts of communities throughout the nation, including Hillsborough County, and whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active neighborhoods, help prevent chronic disease, provide therapeutic recreation services for people with mental and physical disabilities, and improve the emotional health of all residents. And whereas parks and recreation facilities improve economic prosperity through increased property values and tourism, expansion of the local tax base, attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve air and water quality, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, provide serene buffers to development, and serve as habitat for wildlife. And whereas the Hillsborough County Parks and Recreation Centers are vital to the overall quality of life, the environment, the health of all residents, and the economic well-being of the community. And whereas county parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of the community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and enjoy the outdoors. And whereas the United States House of Representatives has designated every July as Parks and Recreation Month, and Hillsborough County recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation resources every year. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby declare July 2019 as Parks and Recreation Month in Hillsborough County, and encourages all residents and visitors to visit county parks and recreation centers, appreciate their beauty, and help maintain their longevity for generations to come. Executed the 17th day of July 2019, signed by all 7 Board of County Commissioners. And I guess I'm presenting this to Rick or Forrest or Dexter or one of you guys. All of us. You guys please come forward and say a few words.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, all the commissioners, administration, and all the departments that support us and help us achieve what we try to achieve for the folks in Hillsborough County. This is something we're very proud of. We take a lot of pride in, and I'm just honored to be the director and receive this proclamation today. Thank you.
I'd just like to echo Rick Valdez's comments. Just like to thank the Board of County Commissioners again for recognizing this as Parks and Recreation Week. Rick Valdez and Forrest Tuberville are 2 very, very good directors, and we can be proud to know that our Parks and Recreation, our Environmental Lands departments are under great leadership with great innovative leaders, and we just look forward to where we're going in the future. We have a good working relationship with our Parks Advisory Board, who is represented today here by Anthony Sanchez and Harold Jackson. So with us working as a team and working with the community, you can just know that we have probably one of the best parks departments in the nation, and I'm proud to be a part of that. Thank you again.
Yeah. I need to be a big person to do this.
We do have a great parks.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Congratulations.
Keep up the good work, guys. Yep.
Commissioner Merman will present the next commendation.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Really proud to do this commendation today because it is about a sector of our community that's very important to us, and that's our Hispanic population. And for more than 70 years, the presence of Spanish radio has always been a part of daily life in our community. They started with half-hour segments and some English-speaking stations, and today, Spanish radio has a strong presence in our community, informing, educating, and entertaining, as of 2018, close to 400,000 Hispanics that call Hillsborough County home. We want to recognize today 7 of these stations that joined our radio project and have opened their microphones to the county. giving us the opportunity to reach this important part of the community and talk about the resources and services that Hillsborough County has for all of our residents in Spanish. We thank these stations for their dedication to the community, and in a spirit of service, we celebrate and work together to make Hillsborough County the best place to live, work, and play for everyone. And before I read the commendation, I'd like to ask the individuals for each radio station, I'll recognize them if they'd like to come up and stand with me when I read the commendation. We have Radio Luz, that's 760 AM and 104.3 FM. That's Renee De La Rosa. She's the director of Radio Luz. And we have Vida, 99.1. Mr. Wisberto Ferrer, he is the general manager. We have Maxima, 92.5 FM. We have Neo Fernandez, he is the program director. We have WQBN, 1300 AM and 106.7 FM. That's JJ Posada, and he is the morning host. We have Mega 101.1 FM and 1110 AM, and that's George Meyer, and he's the CEO of Q Broadcasting. We have WGES Genesis 680 AM 92.9 FM, and that's Dr. Isaac Kai, and he is president of that station. So welcome, everyone. So glad everybody could be here. And I'd like to read the commendation, then I'll pass out the individual commendations to each one of you. The Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners is pleased to recognize the local Hispanic radio stations that inform listeners about the county's programs and services, helping connect residents to valuable resources that build prosperous communities. Conceived 5 years ago, this public outreach began with the county providing service announcements to 2 radio stations. This collaboration has grown each year, with the stations providing coveted primetime slots to share this information. A breadth of topics are discussed, including parks and recreation, code enforcement, libraries, fire rescue, aging, pet resources, and numerous other county services and programs. Current events such as hurricane preparedness and the United States Census are also featured. These highly informative segments keep listeners educated about important dates, events, and quality of life issues, and demonstrate the station's strong commitment to the community. The Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby commend Radio Luz, WGES Genesis 680, we have WQBN 1300 AM 106.7 FM. We have Maxima 92.5 FM.
Thank you very much.
We have Vida 99.1 FM. We have Mega 101.FM and 1110 AM. And also, he is Lale 107.7 FM and 1550 AM for their service, and wishes them continued success. And this represents the Hispanic population here in Hillsborough County, working hard to get the word out of our Hillsborough County services, and I thank you all very much. Would any one of you like to say a few words?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay. So, few words means few words. As we do have a tight agenda today, but we'd love to hear.
Hi, my name is Rene De La Rosa, Radio Luz, and I like to, there are 2 things that made me very happy today. One of them is to see that the commissioners of Hillsborough County recognizes the importance of the Spanish community, and this is great for us. We work very hard to keep our people, our community informed, so thank you, all the commissioners. And another thing that made me very happy is to see that we can still see the pledge to our flag. That made me very happy. So thank you very much.
My name is Wisberto Ferrer. I just want to thank the commissioner to take the time to honor, the presence of the Hispanic population. We are here to serve, and we're going to continue to serve the community in all the ways that they need to us to communicate to the people. Okay, so thank you and have a good day.
Good morning. I'm Neil Fernandez with WYUU 92.5 Maxima. I want to thank the Board of County Commissioners. For Maxima, it is our solemn duty and honor to serve the community. We have an incredible team of broadcasters, one of which is here today with us. She is our public affairs representative, Christy Valderrama. She has forged tremendous relationships in the community. And we also have Gretchen Pujals, our sales manager here, who has guided key local businesses so that they can have a more prominent role in the community. On behalf of Beasley Media Group, our matriarch, Caroline Beasley, and the entire Beasley family, thank you so much for this wonderful recognition. Good day.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name is JJ Posada. I'm anchor in the radio station WQBN. Thank you a lot for this recognition. And you can always count on our station for what you need. Thank you very much for this.
Good morning. My name is Eric Perez. I'm representing George Mier, CEO of La Mega Radio. Thank you very much, commissioners, and thank you.
On behalf of my team, Genesis 680, we would like to say thank you to every commissioners. I think we're working as a team for the Hillsborough community and other counties around. And it's our pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for having us.
Okay.
Station continues to grow, doesn't it? I'll present the last proclamation. It's an honor for me to present this proclamation concerning minority business development. This year's Minority Enterprise Development Conference to be held July 24th through the 26th will focus on business growth. Business owners will receive valuable tools from subject matters experts through workshops, lunch, and learns in a business marketing, match marketing, and trade fair. The purpose of this conference is to enhance business opportunities while strategically developing the necessary tools for business growth. The joint public-private sector event also highlights the significant contributions made by minority-owned businesses and will focus on connecting businesses with opportunity by empowering minority business leaders. The conference presents the perfect opportunity for minority-owned firms to learn how to successfully grow and prosper. We believe programs like the Minority Enterprise Development Conference provides economic growth in our community and that the development of minority firms strengthen Hillsborough County to be a viable community to live, work, and play. Hillsborough County is open for business, and we are proud to be a long-standing partner with the MMED Conference to advance minority-owned businesses and enterprises. Diversity as our economy is a key strength that an economic development team promotes when working to attract and retain quality businesses and jobs in our community. In Hillsborough County, we have a strong MBE program with more than 750 certified minority businesses, but we need more. In efforts to certify more firms, there are bi-monthly classes are given by the MBE and SBE sector to how to do business with Hillsborough County, as well as your certified What's Next. Also, one-on-one counseling sessions are available to assist firms in filling out applications online. At Hillsborough County, we're committed to leveling the playing field for minority businesses. Our county team is here today to assist with your growing business and getting certified to unlock greater prosperity to you and your businesses. I encourage minority-owned businesses to meet our team, introduce yourselves to them, and engage in our programs. So I would like to bring up Lindsay Kimball. Is Lindsay here? Lindsay's not here? Okay, who's here to represent getting this? Come on up. Good morning, how you doing? See you. Hey, how are you? Good morning. I'll read the proclamation. I don't know what happened to Lindsay, but someone will accept this. It says, whereas entrepreneurship is a critical component of the local economy, and minority-owned business enterprise are the fastest growing segment of our business in the nation. And whereas through job creation, minority-owned companies increase prosperity in Hillsborough County while providing exemplary products and services. And whereas Hillsborough County programs, incentives, and procurement opportunities help support minority enterprises as they grow their business. And whereas the Minority Development Corporation of Tampa Bay is presenting the 2019 Florida Minority Development Conference in Tampa to foster entrepreneurship, create jobs, and promote growth and development of minority-owned businesses. And whereas the conference will connect entrepreneurs with corporate and government leaders through workshops, business matchmaking sessions, and a reception and awards luncheon. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners, Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby declare July 24th to July 26, 2019 as Minority Enterprise Development Days in Hillsborough County, and recognize the contributions that minority enterprises make to the economy, and encourage all residents to celebrate and achievements of minority business enterprises executed the 17th day of July. Who's going to accept this? Michelle. Ms. Michelle Manor.
Good morning. On behalf of the Minority Enterprise Development Corporation, and as was said, my name is Michelle. It's Michelle Maynor. I work with Wells Fargo, but I have worked very closely with the Minority Enterprise Development Corporation's board and planning committee for many years. The purpose of the conference is all about minority business development. I don't know how many of you can have one part of your body hurt and not feel it everywhere. Minority business development is a critical piece of the U.S. economy's puzzle, and we want to ensure that that piece of the puzzle is not missing, and we want to make sure that piece of the puzzle is strong. We would like to thank the Board of County Commissioners and also thank Hillsborough County for the piece that you play, the critical role you play in increasing the skills, the development, and ensuring access to the opportunities that Hillsborough County has for minority-owned businesses. Thank you.
Mr. Merrill, changes to the agenda.
Yes, Commissioners, we have a number of changes to the agenda. We have no items added pursuant to Rule 12 or 13, no off-the-agenda items. We have one deferral, which is item B3. That was an item for a competitive request for proposals to solicit interest for the development of 2 county-owned properties located within the Ybor City Historic District. That will be deferred to August 21st. We have a couple of revisions, which was simply to reverse the order of item C1, which is the budget presentation, and G1, which is the transportation program. So the budget will be presented at 11, transportation program at 11:30. No items removed from consent for highlighting. We have 2 items removed from consent for discussion. Item A10, removed by Commissioner Overman. That's to schedule and advertise a public hearing for August 21st at 10 a.m. to consider enacting an ordinance amending the county's code to impose and levy the 5 cents of additional local option fuel tax. And A23, which was removed for discussion by Commissioner Kemp. That's the 4th Amendment to the rooftop license agreement between the county and New Singular Wireless for rooftop equipment modifications located at 815 East Twig Street. We have a number of time certains beginning at 10 a.m. We have 4 public hearings. D1 is a public hearing to accept comments on the proposed 2019 annual action plan as required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Second public hearing is to open and continue. The second of 2 required public hearings for a proportionate share development agreement with the school district and RHICAS LLC. The next public hearing, D3, is also opening and continuing the first of 2 required public hearings on a proportionate share agreement between the school district and Eisenhower Property Group LLC. 4th public hearing is D4. That's to adopt a resolution establishing solid waste non-ad valorem disposal and collection assessment rates and fees. 1015, item F5 is Commissioner Merman's item. That's to approve the creation of 15 intern positions to be used in conjunction with the hands-on vocational explorations program. 1030 is Commissioner Miller's item that has to do with Judge Barbas's ruling on June 17th regarding the transit surtax and directing the county attorney's office to prepare an ordinance to provide for the uses, allocations, distributions of the surtax consistent with the will of the voters. 11 a.m., as I said, it'll be the presentation to my recommended budget for fiscal year 20. 11:30, item G1 is a report on the staff report regarding the transportation program, 10-year transportation program, and then recessing for lunch at the end of that item. In the afternoon, beginning at 1:30, we have item F6, which is Commissioner Merman's item directing staff, including the fire chief, to bring back a report exploring the feasibility of creating a voluntary special needs registry to enhance communication between first responders and individuals with special needs. 145 is item B4. That's a resolution authorizing the issuance of county bonds exceeding, not to exceed $51 million. That's to refinance some outstanding ELAP bonds and also to issue $75 million in new ELAP bonds to finance the acquisition of additional ELAP properties. At 2 p.m. is item F3, Commissioner Kemp's item, authorizing the county to pursue LEED sustainability certification. And the final time certain at 2:15 is B7. That's the county audit report on the Covanta agreement on energy recovery services. Those are the changes.
Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner White to approve the changes to the agenda. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
We're now moving to public comment. The board welcomes comments from citizens about any issue or concern. Your opinions are valued in terms of providing input to the board members. However, it is requested at the same time when you address the board that comments are not directed personally against a commissioner or staff member, but rather directed at the issues. This provides a mutual respect between the board members and the public. The board has set aside a 45-minute period in the morning immediately following a change to the agenda for public comment. At the discretion of the chair, the board may again hear public comments at the end of the meeting. Persons wishing to speak before the board during the public comment portion of the meeting shall complete the electronic request for public comment form located at the sign-up table inside the boardroom. Citizens speaking on scheduled agenda items will be heard before citizens speaking on non-scheduled agenda items. When addressing the board, please state your name and speak clearly into the microphone. 3 minutes have been allocated to each speaker. Our first two speakers, and number one is George Neiman, followed by Sharon Calvert. Good morning.
Good morning, George Neiman, Dover, Florida, representing Hillsborough Homeowners Association. Dover Woods Homeowners Association. Speaking on item F4, Judge Barbas struck down much of what the transit referendum called for because it was illegal and unconstitutional, including setting up exact proportions of allowed spending. The tax was left standing, at least for the time being. However, the end of the legal challenges have certainly not been reached in this matter, not by a long shot. It would be truly disingenuous to develop a workaround to the judge's ruling, considering that the legal challenges have not been completely resolved. And if you try to circumvent Barbas's decision, it is likely that further challenges will be put forth. The road network is critical to our mobility since it handles well over 90% of all commuting in our region. Denying road capacity expansion will only make matters worse, as this pre-allocation will end up doing. The public only learned afterwards that this referendum's pre-allocation was intended to cap all new road capacity. The initiation of this agenda item may score points with AFT and other special interests in the pursuit of a newly elected position. However, I urge the rest of the board to exercise prudence and wait until all legal matters have been resolved. AFT will continue with their shallow mantra saying that the voters have spoken. That may sound good. However, if the voters voted for something that's illegal and violates others' constitutional rights, it is ludicrous to march forward and claim that you're doing exactly to enact illegal things because voters said they wanted to do it. When the legal issues are settled, if the tax is allowed to remain for the next 30 years, I want our elected officials to be able to deal with all the changes and the needs that may happen along the way. As we all know, allocations and funding needs change all the time. The way this tax was done was deceptive to the nth degree. Let's not make it even worse by trying to implement the illegal parts of it by way of local ordinance. And I urge all of you to think about this. We out in East Hillsborough, the most things we need involve roads. We're not going to have trains, and people that I know, my neighborhood, they're not going to ride buses. So we want to be focused on road expansion where needed and upgrades of roads. Thank you.
Before Ms. Calvert comes forward, let me make a statement. We have about 2 hours worth of people signed up to speak. We only have 45 minutes. So at the end of those 45 minutes, we will cut off the speaking. If you want to come back at the end of the meeting, we will come back to you at that particular point in time. But we just will not have an opportunity to get to everyone this morning because we have about 2 hours worth of people signed up to speak, okay? The next one is Sharon Calvert, followed by Bob Leduc. Morning.
Good morning. I'm Sharon Calvert, and I'm here to ask you to vote no on agenda item F4. Not only is taking such action premature, since the legal issues have not been all resolved, but there is no obligation to reinstate all for transportation spending allocations. The spending allocations were created with no transparency by no transportation experts or any governing entity. There's no project list, no timelines, no project cost, no metrics. But that's what taxpayers deserve. They deserve that kind of accountability for a $16 billion tax. Please take a step back. Create a priorities project list in the sunshine that includes ensuring new road capacity is properly funded. And let the legal issues be resolved first before taking action. So I ask you to please vote no on F4. Thank you.
Bob Ledoux, followed by Rosie Paulson.
Good morning, honorable commissioners. My name is Bob Ledoux. I live in Strawberry Ridge, which is the eastern part of our unincorporated county. I think the most important point to make this morning is that people in the unincorporated county who voted for the tax probably received the same mailers that I did every day. The mailers made it seem that if the tax was passed, it would eliminate traffic congestion on our roads and highways. If they had taken the time to read the actual amendment, they would have known that the absolute maximum that could be spent on the roads was 15% of the money that came in. That wouldn't begin to pay for enough traffic lanes or even begin to help congestion relief. I'm opposed to the tax because it was sold as something that would ease road congestion. But what it looks like to me is that it won't do anything to ease congestion, but it will benefit only large landowners and sports teams owners in the city of Tampa. This tax may be declared unconstitutional by the Florida Supreme Court. But even if they find it to be legal, we trust that the bulk of the money will help increase bus and lane capacity under your guidance. That's the solution that will do the most to eliminate congestion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Rosie Paulson, followed by Terry Kemple. Morning.
Good morning, buenos días. My name is Rosie Paulson, and I would like to go ahead and ask you guys to vote no for this resolution because it is affecting, it's being used for things that it was not resoluted to be used for. So please look into this resolution and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Kemple, followed by Kevin Thurman.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Terry Kemple. I lead Community Issues Council, and I'm on the leadership team of Community Action Council. We influence about 11,000 voters in East Hillsborough County. You all are smart people. You know that this was sold as something that the allocations do not provide for. I heard Mr. Ledoux talk about the mailers. I received them every day. There was a $4 million advertising blitz that led people in the county to believe that this was going to ease road congestion. The way the allocations are set up, this does absolutely nothing to ease road congestion. as time has passed, voters have become more aware of what the tax really is. Some of you will be running countywide. That means that the people in the unincorporated county, when they recognize what you may do here, if you decide to vote in favor of Commissioner Miller's agenda item, it's going to influence their votes. And Commissioner Miller, I'm really surprised that you would push something like this that really disenfranchised may not be the right word, let's say cheats the people of the unincorporated county out of the tax dollars that are really designed, supposedly, to ease congestion, that won't do anything to ease congestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Kevin Thurman, followed by James Shirk.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's good to see you again. This is the 23rd time in the last 2 meetings that somebody has come up, Kevin Thurman, sorry, Tampa, Florida. This is the 23rd time in the last 2 meetings that somebody has come up to ask you to honor the vote of the people and make sure that every single part, every single allocation is put in there for what it is. Because 57% of people, over 282,000 people, those are the people you would be joining to vote yes, to make sure that the allocations, as people voted for them, were put forward. The allocations themselves are about specific goals, goals that voters all want. Safety, bike walk, yes, relieving congestion, because this isn't the era of rotary telephones where making every road wider is the way to do it. Technology, better intersections, and management are ways to reduce congestion. We need to be able to say to ourselves that we are committing to each one of those pieces. And that's the key. The choices you make with your gas taxes and the rest of your budget, that is yours completely. But this is a tax that the voters put in. And saying, no, we're not going to follow the allocations that you voted for, that would be a very dangerous precedent to set. Thank you very much.
Thank you. James Shirk, followed by Tom Gatens.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. James Shirk, 306 East Selma Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33603. I'm here to speak to the fact that every delay on this is resulting in bicyclists, pedestrians being damaged. We have the highest rate of fatalities among pedestrians and bicyclists in the country, and there's a significant portion of this proposed funding to make bicycling and pedestrian activity much safer. And just want to remind you that if we move forward with all deliberate speed and make it done right, then we'll save lives. Please don't delay on this. People's lives are at stake. Thank you.
Thank you. Tom Gatens, followed by Ron Weaver.
Good morning, and thank you, County Commissioners. Tom Gatens, South Hillsborough. The last 2 speakers brought up some interesting points, neither of which are experts. That's an interesting point because experts weren't consulted in this consideration. The language that was used was deceitful, deceptive, and a lie. We all understand that. None of those allocations were put in the language. Yet, I've got an interesting anecdote here. My mother, who passed away in 2016, was receiving mailers at my address. She was re-registered in Hillsborough County. The reason I bring this up is I had the unique ability to see what was being sent to Republican households and Democrat households at the same time. The reason that was important was the lies that were contained were extraordinary. New expansion of roads, ease of congestion. The problem is in South County, if any of you care to do this, and I think this would be a great thing for all of us to do, is actually to come together and actually have some public hearings on this. Go to those outer locations in the county and let's discuss this with the citizens. In fact, I got a great place for it. We can go to the South Shore Library, maybe around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Great place, because if you try to drive out to 301, it'll take you 25 minutes to go 1.5 miles. That's reality. I ride my bike every morning before I go to work. I'm pretty safe because I use safe standards. Certainly we need improvements, But what we need is clarity. There was no public hearings. There was no discussion about these allocations to the community. To say that this tax was clear to the people who were voting on it, no one can raise their hand and say that was a fact. Because all those allocations were put in smoke-filled rooms and put together behind the scenes, not in the public view. Sunlight is the great disinfectant. This had no sunlight. And you are the body that's empowered to put sunlight into everything we do in this county. And if you fail to do this and you support F4 and this resolution, what you've just told the county citizens is, we will continue to do things deceitfully because we have that power. You have that power, and we've granted you this power to do things justly, rightly, and in the sunlight. That needs people to come together, do your constituency work around the county, show up, and ask the people's opinion with these allocations in place, and say, hey, is this how you want to spend this $30 billion or this $16 billion over the next 30 years? I trust you, that's not what they voted for. But it'd be good to ask them, wouldn't it? Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Weaver, followed by Karen Giroch.
Ron Weaver, 401 East Jackson Street. I respectfully differ with the last speaker because I believe before us today is a momentous decision that is going to enable us to take 40 years of a deficit in the courage of transportation funding and to utilize the allocation determined by the people, 281,000 of them, on November the 6th with respect to the urgent needs of our community, preceded by a year by this board deciding $812 million of other urgent needs at the time, which would come not from a sales tax, which had not been chosen to be put on the ballot, but which instead led to using the $812 million over 10 years to fund the necessary transportation needs. We need both. We need both to have the $812 million program over 10 years, and it's only 10 years, not 30, to be used as planned for urgent needs decided on a year before the voters voted on the allocations of the additional needs of the community. Why the additional needs of the community? Because for 40 years, we had a deficit in transportation funding courage. We need both. Mr. Merrill is right, however, to try to balance the budget. It's his job, and I highly commend him for it. He's one of the best county administrators in America by far. However, I don't think we should balance the budget by taking away the $812 million allocated to transportation for the next 10 years, thoughtfully, courageously, brilliantly, urgently. Thank you, Sandy Merman and others, for that great plan. But that was not from the sales tax. The sales tax is an additional need for additional urgencies, including the 12% for bike paths to save lives. In fact, back to the previous speaker with whom I said I respectfully disagree, the 6,000 people who spoke to the planning of the last 3 years, 6,000 people showed up or emailed their interest, and that's basically what the allocation came down to, with one exception. I asked the MPO director this once. I said, is this virtually what the 6,000 people said were the urgent priorities of transportation? She said, one exception, Ron. She said, the one exception is that we have 12% for bike paths, and that's more than the 6,000 people had thought. For reasons that Jim Shirk just mentioned about saving lives, that was the only exception where there was a beef up of the bikes and the pathways. This is like going off of a diet, y'all. Please don't go off the diet. About a year ago, you wisely decided to resolve to transportation funding courage for $812 million over 10 years. Not 30, only 10 years. Stay on this diet. Stay on the diet that takes 40 years of deficit of transportation funding courage. Keep the $812 million you've allocated. Only $31 million this year. It rises to about $150 million in latter years. Please keep the funding courage for all of us. If we're choosing a Miller plan today, on the respectful keeping of both the $812 million over 10 years and the new allocation of your $122 million a year, your share of the 1 cent sales tax, I think it's Miller time. Thank you, Commissioner Miller, for that resolution, F4.
Thank you. Thank you. Karen Giroch, followed by Dee Williams.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Karen Giroch, and I'm here to oppose item F4. We suffered a huge drop in our property tax revenue when the housing bubble burst in 2008. Excuse me. Drastic cuts were made to our transportation budget as a result. And when the economy started recovering around 2014, we realized that those transportation dollars had never been programmed back in. So finally, after much debate, in 2016, the board passed the Community Transportation Plan, which is an $812 million plan to fund roads sidewalks, bike paths, fill potholes, do many, many items. What the plan sought to do was to take a third of new revenue and dedicate it to what our number one transportation plan supposedly, our number one need was, which was supposedly transportation. And it did so not with an ordinance, it did so with a board policy over 10 years. We're just 3 years into this plan now, and the county administrator is trying to back out of that promise made to voters that many of you made here on this dais. And indeed, many of you actually put those in your campaign mailers that you passed a 10-year plan to fund transportation projects without raising taxes. Now we're learning that County Administrator Merrill is floating a plan to take $31 million this year out of that $812 million plan and go back on that promise that you made. The reason he cited is now there's a sales tax. And again, I just went over, many of those items that were funded in this $812 million plan were duplicated in this sales tax. That sales tax was recently ruled unconstitutional for many items by Judge Barbas in his ruling. One was the spending allocations are illegal, and there's a very good chance this tax on appeal is going to be struck down. The BOCC today, you here today, should not proceed with F4 because this is a premature move. This is a premature move to put in special interest derived percentages that we believe, or I believe, are going to be struck down. You know, as a resident of unincorporated county, I'm part of 68% of this county that is tired, and I'll use the word to be disenfranchised, because we contribute 74% of this tax revenue. Yet we always, our needs are always ceded to these downtown developers and special interests who stand to benefit from these spending percentages. You'll likely vote to give a fixed percentage to the city residents, while unincorporated residents are once again left to be tax donors. Our allocations are always the first to be swept out to pay for these downtown projects, and it must stop. Don't take action on F4. Thank you.
Dee Williams, followed by Ryan Barak.
Good morning, Commissioners. And I'm Dee Williams from Sun City Center. And I'm here to oppose F4 and ask you not to even consider something like this to restore the allocations until this case has run its course in the courts. The judge has rendered his decision, and it's always been my understanding in court procedure that if you don't like what the judge said, then you take it to a higher court. This does not look like a courtroom to me, and I don't see anyone in front of me in a black robe. So I oppose F4, and like I said, I respectfully request that you not even consider it. And everything that my colleagues have said before me in objection to this, I'm in complete agreement with it. Thank you.
Ryan Barak, followed by Kevin Beckner.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Ryan Barrick. I'm a board-certified labor and employment lawyer and a resident of Hillsborough County. I've been practicing labor and employment law in this community for more than 20 years. I sent you all a letter which is a non-exhaustive list of concerns about your new proposed civil service system. I'm going to address some of those briefly, and I'm available to speak with staff about the problems. This is A30 on your consent agenda, which is a problem that you all need to fix. And I mention that because, as proposed, it has the county administrator doing this. That is unlawful. Florida statutes 125.01 paren 1 paren U lists the creation of a civil service system as a duty of the Board of County Commissioners, not the county administrator. Similarly, your charter requires that you all take take actions as legislative. Legislative actions have to be done by you. They cannot be done by the county administrator. This is a legislative action. It requires you all to create the system. In addition, this new proposed system does not actually utilize a just cause standard. A just cause standard would permit the decision maker to impose a lesser discipline. As drafted, this system only allows for the decision maker to uphold the discipline or reject the discipline. They can't impose any lesser discipline. this is a problem because any violation of any county policy or rule or statement could represent a basis for termination. There's, in fact, a county policy that prohibits walking on the grass. So if an employee on one occasion walks on the grass, they could be fired under this policy, and a decision maker couldn't say that's stupid. It is stupid, and this board should reject that. In addition, this standard, this new proposed standard, has a convoluted summary judgment system. As conceived, this requires a hearing to decide whether or not the employee gets to have a hearing. It is bizarre. It is not something that exists in arbitration proceedings for a defined summary judgment proceeding set out in advance. On occasion, arbitrators grant those, but it should not be part of the default procedure. And again, it's a mess. Fourth, and again, this is a non-exhaustive list of concerns, this system relies upon mandatory, compelled, forced arbitration. I would say forced arbitration is one of the few issues where Lindsey Graham and AOC agree there are problems. Republicans and Democrats across this nation are realizing that forced compelled arbitration is problematic. You all should not be jumping into what is clearly a bad system. And you can't even tell who these decision makers are. I called AAA to try and get a copy of the list of who the decision makers were going to be. They told me it would be $2,200 to get a copy of the list. So we don't know who these people are going to be. Thank you.
Kevin Beckner, followed by Philip Suderman.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kevin Beckner, Executive Director of Hillsborough County Civil Service, and I'm accompanied by our General Counsel, Pete Zenneber. We're here to speak on item A30. All of you were delivered a letter, which are going to be handed out again today. This really impacts the due process rights of over 9,000 countywide employees. And so we ask for your intervention, and Mr. Zenneber will be speaking to the issues that concern this. Mr. Zenneber, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beckner. Thank you for taking the time to hear the various comments that the speakers are preparing to make to you today. I have been practicing labor and employment law as of this month for 50 years. That's all I've done, and I represent employers exclusively. So I wanted you to know what my orientation was. I'm a partner at the law firm Ogletree Deakins, which is an international law firm that does management-side labor law. Director Beckner requested that I review and comment on the proposed appeal plan, and we have circulated to the commissioners a letter which summarizes in more detail some of the views that I will present today. The letter identifies 6 areas of concern. I will focus on 2 of them today: procedural deficiencies and constitutional deficiencies. Among the procedural deficiencies that I noticed in the proposed plan, which is on the consent agenda, and I would hope that the board would withdraw it from that consent agenda and devote sufficient attention to this plan to fix it, because it desperately needs to be fixed. More than 20 years ago, I drafted, since I've been the general counsel at the Civil Service Board for 31 years, I drafted Rule 15 as it presently exists, and we have applied it in literally hundreds of disciplinary appeals involving terminations, suspensions, and demotions. We have never, ever had a court rule that our procedures were deficient constitutionally or otherwise in all of the challenges that have been made in the circuit court. I would note that in the present system, there are witness lists required, exhibit lists required, pre-hearing conference required, and none of those things are required in the county's proposed plan, none of them. And I would also note that constitutionally, the new plan outsources the responsibility to make the
Thank you, Mr.
decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip Suderman, followed by Kevin O'Hara.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Philip Suderman. I am the Policy Director with Americans for Prosperity Florida, an organization committed to breaking down barriers for individuals and communities, and also representing hundreds of thousands of members in Florida, including many in this county. I'm here today to speak about the recent transit surtax, item F4. Americans for Prosperity has stated our position on this tax to be both unnecessary and possibly even harmful to the residents of this community. As a sales tax, it's regressive and based off consumption, meaning that it disproportionately hurts the least fortunate among us. It's estimated to take out of this community $280 million a year and approximately $9 billion over the course of its 30 years existence. However, the tax measure was voted on, and it has proceeded, but not without legal questions. In a ruling over the constitutional requirement for informing voters of ballot intent, the judge ruled that some of the ballot language was, quote, omitted or could have been explained better. And that is what I'm asking the County Commission to consider today, that this language was not explained to the best ability to voters. Americans for Prosperity and our members are asking that these tax dollars, which have already been collected, by the way, not be spent while there are questions over the constitutionality of the ballot measure. Instead, we suggest restraint and possibly even a new measure put up for vote that better informs the voters on what this tax is for and what it will be fully spent on. At the very least, there should be a stay on spending while the possibility of either further legal action or an appeal is sorted out, as it would be irresponsible to the taxpayers and the voters of this community to charge ahead with a measure that may very well be unconstitutional. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kevin O'Hara, followed by Norm Marino.
Hi, good morning. Kevin O'Hara, 4931 Copper Canyon Boulevard, Valrico, Florida. I'm here again to ask you to please honor our vote, protect the percentages that voters overwhelmingly approved back in November, and on your item F4, please do support and draft and ask staff to bring back an ordinance protecting those priorities that voters asked for. I'm glad that a lot of folks here came from East County. I grew up in East County. I love East County. And East County folks want real options. They voted overwhelmingly for this, so did South County, so did North County, so did West County, so did the unincorporated, because the message is the same. Options are needed county-wide. These voters asked for these percentages, and it is important that your public trust is respected. That public trust was granted from all corners of the county, and it is not something lightly to be taken for granted. And they gave you that trust, and they gave it to our county commission because they wanted to see these priorities invested in over the course of 30 years. So please protect the percentages, honor the vote of over 282,000 Hillsborough County voters who turned out in November, protect the percentages through a county ordinance, and please support item F4. Thank you.
Thank you. Norm Marino, followed by Kent Bailey.
Good morning, Commissioners. Norm Marino, 7706 Tuscany Woods Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33647. We all live in Tampa and Hillsborough County, and you have to go through traffic every single day. You know what the problem is. So Commissioners, please fund transportation project needs that improves mobility and reduce congestion. Say no to F4. Thank you.
Kent Bailey, followed by Michael Marino.
Good morning. Kent Bailey, Chair of Tampa Bay Sierra Club, speaking on behalf of 18,000 members and supporters. After so many years and countless times of standing before you, both as a representative of the Sierra Club and partnership with many community groups, I'm thrilled today, having those many occasions to plead with you to fund public transportation, we finally arrived. The will of the people in this matter was very clear. They voted overwhelmingly to increase taxes
on themselves, something that this body has been unable or unwilling to do all those years that we ask you to fund public transportation. The voters are keenly aware, however, as with the case of 2014 Florida Water Land Legacy Act, or most recently, the vote to restore felons' voting rights. Sometimes the will of the people gets caught up in political legislative actions and is ignored or negated by the government, which is supposed to serve the will of the people. This fosters and fuels a citizen cynicism that is eroding and undermining the very foundation of democracy. And I have to say to you, that foundation today has cracks in it. Cracks that I don't think have been any wider in the last 50 years. But you can help mend those cracks today. Seize this opportunity. Affirm your respect for the people. Honor their vote and retain the spending formula that was on the ballot without change or adjustment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Marino, followed by Christina Barker, I'm sorry.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael Marino, West Shore Alliance. And regarding F4, we ask that you act as quickly as possible to enact an ordinance that allows HART and local governments to start building the projects that our community needs. An efficient and safe transportation network is necessary to advance our economic development and quality of life. We encourage you not to delay and get these projects moving. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina Barker, followed by Rick Fernandez.
Hello, my name is Christina Barker. I'm with All for Transportation. We are here today to voice our support for the motion put forth by Commissioner Miller to draft an ordinance that allocates the All for Transportation sales tax funding in the exact way that voters have prescribed. That includes the 45% for HART and for road priorities such as congestion relief, maintenance, and most importantly, safety. Additionally, the spending allocations set forth and approved by Hillsborough County voters are the best safeguard against raiding of previously committed transportation funding. The false choice between restoring the All for Transportation spending allocations or fulfilling previous commitments to road funding is one this board should reject. Thank you to the commissioners who have already publicly supported this ordinance. These priorities will save lives, strengthen neighborhoods, and expand transit options. We ask this board today to support taking the first critical step in upholding the will of the voters and making whole the People's Transportation Plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Fernandez, followed by Josh Baumgartner.
Greetings. Good morning. Rick Fernandez, Tampa Heights, 2906 North Elmore, Tampa. I represent the Civic Association and I'm chair of the Transportation Committee. I was supposed to be at a doctor's appointment this morning and I canceled it to be here. I shouldn't have had to do that, but then I started thinking about things that have happened over the last 2 years, 3 years, thinking about the fact that there might be somebody behind the dais over there keeping little stick men about how many folks show up here and actually speak to you on one side or the other of an issue, and maybe you're going to vote based on your intuition. And if any of you decide to do that, I just wanted to make sure that I showed up and at least planted a flag in the ground. So if you're going to put a stick man down on the side of the agenda that says yes to F4, then that's my little stick man, okay? And you can put Tampa Heights, TH, right next to it so you know it's me. I don't mean to sound cynical about this, but I am. And, you know, I showed up here today, and for God's sakes, you know, if you listen to what the Koch brothers and American for Prosperity and our friends from Pinellas County and our friends from unincorporated Hillsborough have to say, you'd think we're just poor old dummies living in the urban core because we don't understand what in the hell we voted for back in November. I know what I voted for. My friends and neighbors in Tampa Heights know very well what it is we voted for. If there was any confusion, there were weeks and months when we could have people come, as they did, to our civic association to inform us about what all four transportation was about. And thanks to my good Jesuit high school education, I can read. I knew in November exactly what it is I was voting for. We voted for sidewalks. We voted for safe streets. We voted for multimodal transit. We voted for buffered bike lanes. We voted for Vision Zero in its spirit and goals. We voted for all those things and many others. And all those things are going to be of help and benefit to the entire county. It's not just to Tampa Heights, a mile north of here. It's to every portion of Hillsborough County. So please, F4, Commissioner Miller, thank you so much for advancing it and putting it on the agenda. I don't like going to doctor's appointments, so you gave me a good reason not to go. I appreciate that, and I won't blame you for it. But please do support F4. Let's move forward. It's the 21st century, and we're way behind. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh Baumgartner, followed by Cheryl Schroeder.
Chairman Miller, Commissioners, good morning. Josh Baumgartner, Senior VP Advocacy at the Greater Tampa Chamber of Commerce. I'm here on behalf of our 1,400 members across Hillsborough County and Tampa, businesses small, medium, and large, to again reaffirm our support for the Offer Transportation Charter Amendment, and specifically today, item F4 on the agenda to restore the allocation percentages that were clearly outlined in the referendum. The business community's support was unanimous. That's because the allocation percentages present a balanced approach to addressing our transportation needs in every corner of Hillsborough County. The voter support was overwhelming for the same reasons. We are asking County Commission to honor the will of the voters and allocate funding percentages exactly the way that they mandated, a decision this board has the power to consider as determined by Judge Barbas. Thank you for your consideration, and always thank you for your service to Hillsborough County.
Thank you. Cheryl Schroeder, followed by Tyler Hudson. Morning.
My name is Cheryl Schroeder. I represent the West Central Florida Labor Council, Federation of union members here in the Tampa Bay area. I'm addressing you this morning regarding item number A30, the Hillsborough County Employee Disciplinary Appeal Process. Just wanted you to know that we were a part of that, as were several other agencies. Tax Collector Doug Belden took the lead on the issue, involved his staff, the county attorney's office, and we did some oversight, made some recommendations. Those changes were accepted, and you all have the finished product in front of you. But I would be remiss in saying that this is the end-all. This process is flawed from beginning to end. Now, constitutionally, I don't know. I'm not a labor attorney. Some of the other issues that the prior speakers have brought up, that's way above my knowledge of my base of knowledge. However, as a union person, as somebody who believes in employee rights on the job, this process is lacking because this appeal process does not address any employee issues until the very end, until they're being disciplined for either suspension, demotion, or discharge. In my world, union members and workers are allowed the opportunity to have a line of progressive discipline. In other words, when an issue is first brought up regarding an employee, then the consultations and meetings are held. And that process continues until that ultimate final step. They mentioned binding arbitration, the attorneys did in their comments. This is not meant to be an arbitration process. It's meant to be a hearing officer process. So again, as far as the legalities of it, that is really above my ability to comment on, but I will say this does not mirror a union contract. I do not feel that this is an adequate protection overall for employees in Hillsborough County, 9,000 of them spread out over 20 different agencies in this county. I do not know where to put this as far as my approval of A30. The process is as it is because it does comply with the law. So the law that was overturned in 2019 said it had to be substantially similar. This process is substantially similar. So it does meet that criteria. But am I personally happy with it as someone who works with workers and listens to their concerns every single day? Honestly, no. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. Tyler Hudson, followed by John Graves, and Mr. Graves will be our last speaker for the morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Tyler Hudson here with All for Transportation, asking you to support Commissioner Miller's motion at F4. You know, in the campaign, we were all over the county. We would speak to literally any group that would have us, and to any voters who would listen to us. And I came away with such an appreciation for what a complex county this is, and the tough job that all 7 of you have. This could probably be a state, maybe it should be one. Some voters would tell us that they wanted all money should go to roads, and not a drop of money should go to transit. There were other parts of the community that said every single dollar should go to transit, and none for roads. And we actually got that in some surprising parts of the county. But the overwhelming take that voters had is that they wanted balance from a plan, that they wanted something that's going to address the needs, the diverse and the complex needs of this ever-growing county, the demands with which you guys wrestle with on a daily basis. And the other thing that they talked a lot about was making sure that they were protected. The people of this county have a surprisingly deep and visceral memory about what Tallahassee has done with lottery funding. They said, don't let that happen here. Sometimes it seemed like we got more complaints about that, more fear about that, more concern about that than we did about traffic itself, about the problem that we're actually trying to solve. The way that you can protect those voters, I believe, who voted for a very balanced plan because it offered something for everybody, is to enshrine the percentages by ordinance. There's been some talk about all this uncertainty and what the judge did or did not say. The judge made explicitly clear, and I believe your staff will confirm this, that you have the power to do what he believes the county cannot. I don't agree with that, but I care a lot more about doing what's right than I care about being right, and that's why we're here asking you to put those percentages back and give the people of Hillsborough County, your constituents, the plan that they voted for. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Our last speaker of the morning is John Graves, and at that point, if you still want to speak, we'll have you come back at the end of the meeting. Mr. Graves, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's good to be here. I hope we'll find you well. For the past month, I'm sure you've heard plenty about how these funds should be allocated, what you should do here. Today, my request is twofold. One, restore the spending allocations that were voted for by over 280,000 people in this county. And the second one is to stick to your pledge of funding road projects with property taxes and existing funds. I mean, I get it. We got potholes in roads, we got potholes in budgets. Don't take the easy way out and try and snatch the money from something that was clearly voted for and understood by the voters for one specific purpose. Don't try and use it as a Band-Aid for some mistake that was made in the past. At the rate people are flooding into this city, transit is really the only option. Widening roads does not work. You can look at a million Google images from China with 50 lanes. They don't work. And at the end of the day, our future is in your hands, guys, and I trust you'll do the right thing. Thank you. Will Greaves.
Okay. That closes our public comment section. I have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner White and Commissioner Kemp to approve the consent agenda. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried, 6-0.
Mr. Merrill.
Yes, Commissioners, your first time certains are your public hearings beginning with D1.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Cheryl Howell, Affordable Housing Services. How are you? I'm here this morning to conduct a public hearing to accept comments on the proposed program year 2019 annual action plan as required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in connection with grant-funded projects, and also to close the public comment period that started on June 5th, 2019. In addition, to adopt the plan year 2019 annual action plan for submittal to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, authorizing the chairman or county administrator to execute further documentation, forms, agreements related to these documents as needed and that are approved by the county attorney's office. The estimated fiscal impact of the Plan Year 2019 Annual Action Plan adoption is $10,162,382 based on an anticipated direct allocation from HUD and an additional $180,000 in projected program income.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address item D1? Anyone wishing to address item D1? I have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp and Commissioner Overman. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 5-0.
Thank you. Mr. Merrill.
D2, thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Adam Gormley, Development Services. Item D2 is a public hearing requesting the board open and continue to September 5th, 2019. This is to consider a proportionate share mitigation development agreement between Hillsborough County, the school board, and RSHCAS LLC. The purpose of the continuance is to allow the agreement to go back to the school board for amendments that are consistent with the newly approved, enacted House Bill 7103, which will have an impact on these agreements.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address item D2? Anyone wishing to address item D2? It will be continued. It will be continued to our September 5th meeting. Thank you.
It is, but they're continuing it. So.
D3?
Good morning, Adam Gormley, Development Services. Item D3 is also a proposed school concurrency proportionate share mitigation agreement being requested to be continued to September 5th, 2019. This is a development agreement between the county and Eisenhower Property Group. Again, the purpose of the continuance is to allow the agreements to go back to the school board to make changes consistent with House Bill 7103.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address item D3? Anyone wishing to address item D3? It will be continued and will come back on our September 5th agenda.
Thank you.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you. D4?
Good morning, Commissioners. Kimberly Byers, Solid Waste Division Director. Commissioners, this solid waste rate hearing today is to approve a resolution which establishes solid waste rate and user fees. We'll be providing you a brief overview of the solid waste assessments today. No, there was a PowerPoint presentation. I memorized it, so it's all fine. So we are proposing a solid waste increase of 2.3% on our solid waste disposal assessment. We'll be consistent with the collection assessment at $131.43, and 5.3. That is a $5.36 increase on the residential assessment. Those are shown as two separate assessments on the property tax bill. Thank you so much. And just for your information, we do provide discounted rates for our seniors. There's a 29% discount on the single-family residential assessment of $73.32 for our seniors. Our condos and townhouses already receive a 36% increase off, 36% discount on the disposal assessment at $66.30, and the condos and townhomes, those seniors can also apply for a discount of 55%. So their disposal assessment would be $46.23. We have, in 2013, we were able to decrease our disposal rate once we went to automated collection. we were able to keep that rate consistent for 5 years. In 2018, we did have a 2.8% increase in the assessment at $228.96, and this year we're proposing a 2.3% increase for a total solid waste assessment of $234.32. And what does our collection, assessment, and disposal collection, what does that cover? It covers our collection contracts, which in addition to the carts, and also the operation and maintenance of our solid waste facilities and any capital improvement projects. And how does that compare in the industry? We continue to be the lowest in the Tampa Bay area as it applies to solid waste rates. At this time, we're requesting that you adopt a resolution which establishes the solid waste non-ad valorem and disposal and collection rates and other user fees and charges. Monies from the assessment fees will be used to fund disposal and collection services within the solid waste service area. This reflects an overall increase in the single-family assessment of 2.3%. We have received 6 written letters of opposition, and those will be entered into the public record. This is a public hearing. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you may have. Our rate consultant with Raftellus is also here to answer any questions you may have.
This is a public hearing. I have one person signed up to speak. Mark Haddon. Morning.
Good morning,
You got 3
ladies and
minutes.
gentlemen. I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
Yeah, hi. My name is Mark Hatoum, 16105 Chancery Place. I first moved to Hillsborough County in 1979. USF graduate. I've enjoyed living here, and I would like my children to enjoy and have the same pleasure I did, and I still am going through it, of course. I'm an active member of my association. Now, I've discussed this increase in solid waste with quite a few of my association members. I did a search on the internet, and I found out, okay, there's nothing there. Hillsborough County is now comparing themselves to the cities. The city of, whatever, the city of Tampa is charging $418 per dwelling. Now, Hillsborough County is cheaper. We need to increase our rates. Hillsborough County is cheaper than the Plant City or Temple Terrace. Now, wait a minute. Since when Hillsborough County compares themselves to cities? Cities are more expensive to operate. We all know that. So when I called the county, I spoke to a representative. The secretary, of course, initially told me to go to the internet, do your search. I did this. What's on the internet? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Okay. This is not the first time it happens. I mean, let's be a little bit more transparent here. You want more money? Okay, fine. I'll give it to you. You're asking for more money? Okay, that's my money. I'm going to give it to you. But tell me what you're going to use it for. The last I want to hear is a senior representative at solid waste or any other department telling me we're going to provide you better service. Okay? Don't tell me you're going to give me better service. Tell me what it is. Tell me where the $68 million is going for. That's all I need. I mean, we're smart people. I think I live in a nice, they're all professionals on my street, in my neighborhood. They all ask the same question. Where is this money going to? Now, this is a half page which I received by mail. Funny enough, I've received 3 in the last month, all asking for increases, okay? Stormwater management is coming next. I think it's next month. That's a big one. But anyway, each one of those says conveniently. The word conveniently, please stop using it. I'm going to ask you for a favor. Please stop using the word conveniently in those correspondences. Solid waste used it twice in the first paragraph. Please don't use the word conveniently when you follow it by a word pay. Conveniently is not about paying. There's nothing convenient about asking taxpayers for more money. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
I'm against the bill. Okay.
Is there anyone else wishing to address item D4? Anyone else? Close the public hearing. Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. It's very unfortunate we were unable to see the slides because it was very obvious what we would need to spend these resources on within the illustrations that were made. To a little bit answer some of what the gentleman explained is that just as cities do, counties have to provide for the collection of solid waste, for the resource recovery, for the facility associated with that, with the employees, the transfer facilities, the yard waste, the hazardous waste, and the capital improvements it takes to provide those services, just like every other municipality, whether they're a county and or city. And to also reiterate what we heard earlier is that the county currently charges less for the same level of types of services or quality of services that all the other communities, when we used a cost comparison, already pay. There's almost a $200 million difference in revenue stream from the city of Tampa to the county in terms of what is paid for. And honestly, to be financially responsible, to recognize that, you know, money in and money out is the equation. If we want to actually take $200 million out of our transportation budget and pay and not have to charge for the solid waste services we provide, then that's the choice we're making by not raising the rates. I think it's critically important. It's only a function of money in and money out. So while it is important to compare us to other communities because we do recognize that that does impact not only our economic development and our competitiveness, but when we don't have the resources to pay our bills and people are not getting the services they need, we're quick to criticize the fact that we don't get the services, but we oftentimes forget that you have to pay for them in one way, shape, or another. So I'm in support of this particular effort to be financially responsible and fiscally responsible for the services that we provide our citizens. Thank you.
What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp to approve item D4. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 5-0.
Mr. Merrill.
Brings us to your 1015 times certain F5, which is Commissioner Merman's item.
Mr. Merman, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will make this as brief as possible because I know our agenda is long today. But before I introduce Beverly Waldron to come forward to actually introduce this item and the agreement, I do want to say a word about John Ficca, who is actually the Director of Hands-On Educational Services. I have known John since I started in the legislature. And in 1998, with the help of Hyatt Hotels Corporation and the Florida Department of Education, he founded this great group organization called Hands-On Educational Services. And it was to assist adults with learning and physical disabilities so that they can lead more productive and successful lives with jobs. John is a special educator. He has a background that includes the U.S. Coast Guard, hospitality, culinary management, public school teaching. John even returned to learn American Sign Language so he could better communicate with his students who are deaf. And actually where I met John was at the Children's Home when I, as a chair of the board of directors, he ran our culinary program out there and ran the kitchen, and that's where we first met. And while working with high school special education students, John became frustrated watching young people leave school with few job skills and little hope. Learning disabled students possess a great deal of physical ability and natural talent. However, many of them lack confidence and academic skills to qualify for college or local vocational techs. And this program was developed to assist learning disabled, physically disabled adults so that they lead more productive lives and have great experiences rather than rejection. And as Commissioner Hagan brought Sam forward today, my brother-in-law had Down syndrome. He worked at Publix for many years. And we took care of him. We were his guardians. He lived in a group home up near Carrollwood. And I really appreciate the work that John does. John, if you raise your hand, I know that's John. And he's just a fabulous guy to bring this program to us. As you know, that it's hard for us to always add people in positions and justify that cost, but this really helps us go a long way to satisfy some of the needs in some of our departments. So without, Beverly, if you'd like to come forward and introduce the item and talk a little bit about it. And then I'll make a motion to approve.
Good morning, Beverly Waldron, Director of HR. We're looking forward to creating these positions and making use of them across our county departments. These individuals will come in, get hands-on experience in a working environment. We're under no obligation to hire any of these these interns, but we hope to find individuals who will meet the county's needs and be able to offer employment to some of them as the program goes on. These are 15 positions that will be filled on a reoccurring basis, so as soon as one individual graduates, we can bring another one in. So we're looking forward to it. We're going to be working with our departments to determine the best places where these individuals could fit, and we will be rotating people through them. John, would you like to join me? I think John has a short presentation.
You said keep it under an hour and a half, right?
Oh, okay.
No, I'll be fast. You pull it up and. Perfect. My name is John Ficca, the Director of Hands-On Education. In 1978, when I was dropping out of Jefferson High School, I never thought I'd be standing here 40 years later, looking at the county commissioners and presenting a program or a partnership like this. When I dropped out, it wasn't because I couldn't go to college. It's just I didn't think that that was for me. And luckily, I had a girlfriend who turned into my wife of 40 years. And so she pushed me, as wives will do. And they also had this really cool program for kids that weren't going to college. It's called the U.S. Military. And so I did that for 10 years, and I got my act together. And then I cooked my way through USF. And I'm working on graduate work at UF. So if my teachers at Jefferson knew that I was standing here and had a degree and was a certified teacher, they'd have a heart attack. In 1998, we started a partnership with Hyatt Hotels at the Hyatt Regency West Shore. And if you're you grew up in Tampa, you know that it's called the Grand Hyatt Tampa Bay. That's how long ago it was. And it's a partnership with the state vocational rehabilitation and blind services agencies. We've had some partnerships with the Veterans Affairs and workers' compensation as well. We train in all the departments. Although we started in one, we had good partners, and Hyatt said, why not in different departments and why not other cities? There's a asterisk on the culinary because of those stupid food channels, and I say that because they attract young people to be chefs and they don't realize how hard it is. We're all over Florida, and I'm going to fly through these slides. You can ask for it later. I can get it to Sandy's office. We're in D.C. We're all over Texas. We're in Denver, St. Louis, Seattle, and San Diego. We started Minneapolis a few years ago. We're about to start in Arizona. My wife doesn't like to travel with me, but for some reason she wanted to be on the plane when I had to go to Hawaii to talk about that. That has not started yet, but there's a map of where we are working with Hyatt. In 2014, we were recognized by the White House as one of the top 10 training programs for people with disabilities, and it wasn't because of one individual. It was the team effort. We had great partners. Our traditional Hyatt program, they have to be 18, and they have to have a documented disability. They do not have to have a GED or high school diploma because it's not required by the industry. Our traditional program started, it was 80 hours in 2 weeks, and we have a residential component so the kids can come from all over the state and even out of state. They receive certificates of completion, and more importantly, they're employees of Hyatt and get to use them as a reference. And that's what the certificate looks like. And if they're food related, we do the state of Florida food handler certification. This young man went through our program in 2003. He did not have a regular diploma because he couldn't pass the FCAT or whatever they call it nowadays, that state norm test. He got hired by the Grand Hyatt. A couple years later, he left. And then he ended up at the Renaissance Hotel at International Plaza. And 4 years later, he contacted me to tell me that he was the executive chef. And he's been promoted 3 more times since then. And I'm using him as an example of the industry doesn't care. He's about to open the brand new property on the Causeway by where the Rusty Pelican is. There's a brand new hotel called Current, and it's going to be really, really current. It's going to be cool. I'm not going to show that video. In 2014, a law was passed. Congress reauthorized the Workforce Investment Act, which created a lot of hype, a lot of excitement about focusing on transitional youth from ages 15 to 22. And that created some funding. And so they turned to us and said, you've been working with Hyatt for 16, 17 years. Could you help us expand to other industries, other positions? And so at first I said, I'm too busy. And then I just, the advocate in me wanted to do something more. So we used our Hyatt program to move into other industries and other business partners. This young man was our first student last year at Hillsborough County Parks and Recreation. He trained at several in Northern County, including West Chase there. This young lady was at the Nonasassa Rec Center, and we've had one at Medard. And what happened is Dave Ramirez is in the slide. I met with him and we talked about expanding our program to Hillsborough County Parks and Recreation. It was cool that you recognized them, and then this is sliding automatically for some reason. So I'm gonna hit escape. And a year ago when I met with Dave, he said, hey, I've been working with the county for a long time. Why don't you just have a few come in as a volunteer, see how it goes, and then we'll have something to pitch to personnel and to the Board of County Commissioners. And so that's exactly what we did. We had a few go through, and they really had a great time. They learned a lot. They get to use transferable skills to get another job. And then I met with Sandy, and I said, Sandy, you know, the reason the Hyatt program works so well is that it's reality to the max. And before I could say another word, she said, yeah, they need to be real employees. And I said, well, if I go up to the county and met with Beverly Waldron, she doesn't know me, the process may be slow. And so Commissioner Merman set me up with a meeting with Rick Valdez and with Beverly and Craig, and it just kept going on, and it was just a beautiful thing. This young lady went through our program in 1999. And she saw me at the Hillsborough County volunteer luncheon or dinner last February, I think it was. And she came up to me and she said, John, do you remember me? I'm Mindy. And I said, Mindy Downey? And she goes, you remember my last name? And I said, of course I do. She worked for Hyatt after she went through our program. Then she worked for Hillsborough County for about 10 years, and now she's doing some title work. And so she went home and sent me pictures of her from '99. And I was like a proud dad looking at them. And if you remember Tom Smith, he was the GM of the Hyatt Regency Tampa back then. And I sent him this photo. He's the area vice president of Hong Kong over Asian operations. And I said, look, Tom, I had no gray hair and you had hair. So basically what we're trying to do with your help is accentuating the I in IEPs. It's all individualized. I was really thinking about Parks and Rec because a lot of our youth want to work outside and they like children. But Beverly and Sandy and Craig and Rick, they were like, well, why couldn't they work in other places? And so it got even sweeter. So we're looking forward to these 15 positions and I'm not sure if you already hit on it, Beverly, but we're state funded and we reimburse our employers for every penny they spend.
No cost to the county.
So it's not going to reflect anything on your budget. You do have to pay them at least minimum wage because that's the law. But
John,
we reimburse.
I know you can talk forever.
No, I could. can
you-
dance,
and so it's always brief is better
Okay.
when you're at the podium. And so we can get you approved and move on.
Okay.
So, but thank you.
All right. Thank you.
And I'm going to move approval of the item, and I just want to say, y'all, it's no cost, and it really shows that Hillsborough County cares about the people with disabilities in our community. Really goes a long way. Thanks.
We have a motion by Commissioner Murma, second by Commissioner Kemp. Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you very much for bringing this forward and for creating the partnership. One of the things that's most difficult for individuals with disabilities is get through that barrier and be able to think outside of the box about what's possible. I've, over the years, have hired many individuals that have disabilities and found that they actually had great abilities, but no one really gave them a chance. And the system makes it very difficult for them to be successful because as soon as they start making maybe minimum wage, they lose half of their benefits. So it creates a very big difficulty in order to be able to assist a person with abilities that has a disability to be financially sound and safe in their community. So I am thrilled to see this as a way of opening the door and creating a vision for those individuals with abilities to see a different way and a different opportunity for them to be successful. So thank you very much for all of you for putting this together.
Commissioner Murma, do you have something else you want to say? You and Nikki? Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Murma, second by Commissioner Kemp to approve item F4. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote. F5, I'm sorry.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
Brings us to your 10:30 times certain F4, Commissioner Miller's item.
Pass the gavel to the Vice Chair. This past November 2018 general election, 57% of the voters in the county approved this transit surtax. That referendum passed in every one of our county commission districts, every one, 1, 2, 3, and 4. We all know what proceeded after that, and there is no need to expound on those proceedings. On June 17, 2019, Judge Rex Barbas made a ruling to uphold the transit surtax and stated, I quote, "It is evident that the voters of Hillsborough County desire to improve transit needs. It is further obvious to the court that the electorate made their desires clear. The Constitution gives the power to apply sales tax," unquote. While Judge Barbas did modify details of the charter amendment regarding spending allocations and restrictions, those provisions can be reinstated by the majority vote of this Board of Hillsborough County Commissioners, as I've concluded in consultation with legal minds. With that, I make a motion that, consistent with Judge Barbas' June 17, 2019 ruling on transit surtax, direct the county attorney's office to prepare an ordinance which provides for the uses, allocation, and distribution of the 1 cent sales surtax proceeds in a manner consistent with the will of the voters as expressed by the approval of the charter amendment in November 2018, and there are thus: Section 1105, 11.05, distribution of sales of surtax. 1, general purpose, that 54% of the surtax, the general portion purpose, shall be distributed to the county and to each municipality in accordance with the relative population as calculated utilizing the statutory formula provided in Florida Statute 218.62, and be expended by the county and the municipalities in accordance with the Section 1107. Number 2, the transit restriction portion. 45% of the surtax proceeds shall be distributed to HART and be expended by HART in accordance with Section 11.08. Subject to compliance with applicable law and the charter of HART, HART may elect to directly go through the county, bond or otherwise encumber the transit restriction portions. Number 3, planning and development. 1% of the surtax proceeds shall be distributed to the Metropolitan Planning Organization described in Florida Statute 339.175, whose jurisdiction includes Hillsborough County. The planning and development portion shall be expended by the MPO on planning and development purposes, including data collection, analysis, planning, grant funding to assist the agency Section 11.07, the use and general purpose portions. Number 1, maintenance and vulnerability reduction. At least 20% of the general purpose portion shall be expanded on projects that, 1, improve, repair, and maintain existing streets, roads, and bridges, including fixed potholes, and 2, reduce congestion and transportation vulnerabilities. 2, congestion reduction. at least 26% of the general purpose portion shall be expended to relieve rush hour bottlenecks, and improve the flow of traffic on existing roads and streets and through intersections. Expenditures in this category described in the sections 11.072 may include projects that improve intersections capabilities through the use of technology, the construction of new intersections, and the redevelopment of existing intersections, and may include related infrastructure such as roundabouts and turn lanes. Number 3, transportation safety improvements. At least 27% of the general purpose portion shall be expended to promote transportation safety improvements in existing streets, roads, and bridges. Number 4, transportation network improvement. At least 12% of the general purpose portion shall be expended on bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure and related improvements that make walking and biking safer to the extent foregoing is planned to become a part of the transportation network. And number 5, remaining funds of the general purpose portion shall be expended on any projects to improve transportation in the applicable agent's jurisdiction to extend the permit. That's my motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Miller. We have a second by Commissioners Overman and Smith. And I'll take a minute to speak to this before I recognize anyone else. I'd just like to say that I believe that the Hillsborough voters spoke very clearly on this. Working people voted to tax themselves. Our residents want transportation improvements, but this isn't a blank check. They voted for balance and they voted for accountability. They voted for an investment in transit, and we desperately need it. I've talked about that for 2.5 years on the commission and decades before. In Hillsborough County, we have the lowest funded transit agency in the nation for its size by a long shot, and voters have committed themselves to changing that. Hillsborough residents voted for investment in bicycle and pedestrian safety, and we desperately need that investment. We are number 2 and have been over and over and over again repeatedly across the nation, number 2 for pedestrian and bicycle deaths. And voters committed themselves to changing that. And school safety, we have heard over and over again right here. We've heard from parents, and we've gotten lots of email, and we saw the expose, or many of us did, on Channel 10, set my hair on edge. And I think many have dropped the ball on this. There's a particular need to protect students who walk or bicycle to school. The state legislature refuses to provide any funds for busing children who live 2 miles from schools. And we've seen the dangerous conditions that in the past haven't been addressed, frankly, in unincorporated or in the city of Tampa, so that children walking from 2 miles away to schools have been under extremely dangerous conditions. And in fact, several students in Hillsborough County have been killed walking to school. It's a shameful legacy. But I am very supportive of the motion as addressed. I think we need to do what the voters spoke and have asked us to do. So I'll first recognize Commissioner Overman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been a long road getting us to this point, and I'm very glad to see that we're acknowledging the voters' wishes by making a recommendation to stick by the allocations that were outlined in the original surtax charter. It was very clear that the judge indicated that, to me anyway, that the judge indicated that the surtax was valid, and it was just the process. And I'm not sure that it's readily obvious for those that may not have attended the many, many meetings that we've had on transportation. We have had meetings regarding transit and transportation in South County, where many of the board members, as well as the school board members, as well as the MPO, have had various different community meetings to talk about what is needed in our various different communities. I hear people indicate that if we do it this way, we won't be able to pay for the needs of the transportation needs of the unincorporated county. However, when you really understand, which I'm not a traffic engineer, but I have spent a great deal of time working with the MPO, working as a CAC member with the MPO, as well as attending multiple meetings, have found that the areas that are outlined in this particular allocation does address congestion, does address safety, does look at the network of what we need to build in communication and transportation in our area, does address innovation and technology as a way of helping people get around. It doesn't pick up all of the bill, but we have other resources that actually can be utilized to address our transportation needs. We have fuel tax dollars currently in our revenue, and we are looking at increasing that dollar amount. How we implement this is critically important to the success of Hillsborough County. Our land use needs to address our transportation challenges just as much as this sales tax process in terms of investing in our future. It requires that we actually be smart about how we plan out our growth in a better way than we have for the last 20 or so years. Not paying for things doesn't make things better, but allocating it in a way using the researchers and the engineers, as well as the planners' recommendations on how these monies should be spent, is obvious in the allocations that have been made and recommendations that were made that help build this charter framework. And I'm looking forward to supporting this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Commissioner Hagan.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I mean, I can count votes. I know the votes are there, but I simply have to make a few comments here. And I want to preface my remarks by saying since 2009, when I chaired the county's transportation task force, I've been pro-transportation. I was heavily involved in the 2010 referendum, as well as the board's failed 2016 effort to have a transportation referendum that year. I say that because I think it's important to say that my remarks and perspective come from someone who has always been supportive of transportation. In 2018, the voters recognized our significant transportation woes and anemic transit system and voted to tax themselves. Not only did the voters overwhelmingly speak, but so has the court system. So we should honor their decision and begin to implement the initiative. However, it is a false narrative that has been spread that we must honor the will of the voters by adopting the exact allocations or buckets that were included in the charter amendment. That is simply untrue. That's not what the voters voted for. The public voted on, and I'm going to read the actual ballot language, the ballot title, Funding for Countywide Transportation and Road Improvements by County Charter Amendment. Ballot summary, should transportation improvements be funded throughout Hillsborough County, including Tampa, Plant City, Temple Terrace, Brandon, Town and Country, and Sun City, including projects that improve roads and bridges, expand public transit options, fix potholes, enhance bus services, relieve rush hour bottlenecks, improve intersections, and make walking and biking safer by amending the county charter to enact a 1-cent sales surtax levied for 30 years and deposited in an audited trust fund with independent oversight. There is absolutely no mention of allocations, formulas, or buckets. Commissioners, let's be intellectually honest. We've all either participated in petition drives or at a minimum signed one. We all know the process. They're driven by paid individuals who focus on key words to capture interest of the voters. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I remember quite vividly years ago with Hometown Democracy, because I was approached several times. It was also happened to be in the paper, the very same language that was utilized. Do you want to save our parks and beaches? Of course, who doesn't want to do that? Now, the charter amendment, can anyone say with a straight face that the 280,000 people who voted for this initiative either went on Facebook or the county's website, read all 4 pages of the charter amendment, found section 1107, uses of general purpose portion, and read all 9 subsections, some of which Commissioner Miller read here a few moments ago? This simply did not happen. You will never convince me that the average voter knew the various buckets or allocations when they voted. In fact, I'll go as far as to say I bet not every commissioner on this board can say, without looking at their notes, what the actual percentages are in each bucket. Now, if a board member says, hey, I agree with the allocation, the buckets, the plan, and that's why I'm voting for it. While I respectfully disagree, I respect your position. However, this is not my first rodeo. To use the excuse that we received in hundreds of emails, we must honor the will of voters because they knew the buckets they were voting on simply is not intellectually accurate. Now, as an example, in 2016, with that initiative, significant polling was performed. I'm not talking about robocalls or robopolling where you poll 300 people on cell phones. I'm talking about 30, 45-minute interviews, 40, 50 questions. Significant money was spent that used virtually the exact same ballot language that was on the 2018 ballot. It polled at the time at 62% without buckets or allocations. Now, all that being said, AFT was created because this board did not have the political courage to place this issue on the ballot. And I want to remind everyone that had this board led on the issue, the referendum would have only been 1/2 cent, not 1 cent. And based on the polling, would have been in excess of 60% without buckets or allocations and at a higher percentage than passed in 2018. AFT deserves credit for their private sector-driven initiative. However, we are being short-sighted if we do not recognize that there are limitations with this initiative, and it's incumbent on this board to improve the plan in the best interest of our residents. Now, candidly, I'm the first one to admit I do not have all the answers. But I know I'm not talking about gutting transit or anything to that effect that some folks are afraid of. What I am saying is that we have serious funding shortfalls in resurfacing, sidewalks, and in road expansion. I know every day I receive emails on resurfacing in communities in my district. And the way the plan is structured significantly restricts our ability to fund these much-needed improvements, particularly with respect to road expansion. Board members, in closing, the BOCC refused to lead in 2016. As a commissioner who's been involved in this issue for over a decade, longer than anyone else has been on this board, I would like to see the best possible plan implemented. Simply put, this isn't it. It's not too late for this board to lead. We should move forward, but at the same time take a step back and improve the plan. I know the votes are there to rubber stamp this plan, but board members, we can do better.
Commissioner Merman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My remarks are probably somewhat similar to Commissioner Hagan's, but it's more of a reality check situation on what effect that not only the percentages that exist in those allocations, and I do agree with Commissioner Hagan because I've been doing very informal polling at lunches and dinners I've been going to, asking people, were you aware of the buckets percentages out? No one knows anything about that. And these are people that supported the referendum. So I think we have to really be cognizant of what the effect is going to be of these percentages on our budget, the budget that we're responsible for. We have to constantly be thinking of how it's going to affect every citizen in this county. We have to provide for very diverse needs. We constantly bring those up here. And we are a very complicated county, but we have to be fair, we have to be cost effective, and we have to find a creative way to get the most out of our resources. And that's, I believe, that in so many words was the intent of Rex Barbas' ruling, was go find a way to be creative to implement this. And I will say, and all of you know this who have been here for a long time, I have been a fighter for roads in South County from day one. It's a nightmare. And those roads need to be funded. Now, I understand the $812 million, But you all need to realize that 812 million was for past needs, not future needs. And if you look at the list of transportation projects, maybe 2 or 3 things were shifted over, but the rest of the list, which is in a lot of our districts, is not going to be funded. And I've worked really hard to get Big Bend Road funded and Apollo Beach Boulevard. I have sat with DOT. These are 2 major east-west corridors that have to be funded now. We have a plan, we've got the funding, and now it's in jeopardy. Okay, I will tell you, if we don't get those roads done in the timeline that we already told the community we were going to deliver, there's going to be tar and feather in this boardroom, because these people will not stand for one more day. We've got them to buy into what we're doing. And if these projects, if something happened to the surtax and the Supreme Court threw it out, if it does get, these projects all go back as unfunded on the list. And guess what? Then we'll have to raise property taxes to fund them. So we've passed a surtax. We're now at 8.5 cents. Then we have to pass a millage increase and raise our property taxes to pay for future transportation needs. Now, we have got to fund roads in unincorporated Hillsborough County. Have to. It's our responsibility. They pay 74% of the taxes. And we need that sales tax revenue to help fix a lot of the problems and the traffic issues in South County. Yes, there's been a lot of development, and there's more coming. And it's going to be out of our hands, because those are PDs that have been on the books forever. And unless they bring them back here for a rezoning or something, they're going to move forward. So development's going to continue. Congestion will continue. And I think that we cannot stop funds for new lane capacity in unincorporated. It's just irresponsible. We can't stop building roads in unincorporated. Actually, all of us that support the ferry, you wouldn't be able to get to the ferry. So I'm just saying that I don't want to dispute the language on the ballot. That's not the point here. It's just that transportation projects, and I'm just not talking about Big Bend, Apollo Beach Boulevard. I'm talking about Lithia Pinecrest. I'm talking about other major roads, up in West Chase, all these other areas. But August 8th is the timeline. I don't know why we can't. I know we're going to draft the language. That's fine. And I do think it would have been more responsible for us to delay action, any action today, until that date and the legal issues are resolved. But I understand we have 4 votes, and we do have to move forward. But we got to think about the future needs. We have to think about our county budget. That is paramount. That is our responsibility. And this really isn't a no-vote situation. And I do think we can get this worked out. What I would like to do, and after you dispose of this motion, because I don't want to do a substitute, and I don't want to do an amendment, but I do want to do a motion to have staff bring back a plan that puts adequate funding in the 5th bucket, so that we know that our road capacity issues will be funded and taken care of. And that is what the voters voted for. So I am going to, Mr. Chair, if I can, I'm going to make that motion. I'll press my button, but I would like to be recognized after we vote on your motion. I think that we cannot, and you all have to think of this, we should not be forced into a situation that one day we may have to be forced to raise our millage and property taxes to balance our budget and pay for our road capacity when we've already approved a transportation to do just that. And I do think we can work this out and all claim victory, but this fifth bucket that only gives us $16 million, and I asked Mr. Merrill, how much do we need in there? He's not sure. That's why I'm going to make the motion for them to bring back a plan. And then we'll adjust the ordinance accordingly. I hope I'll get your all support for that, because that's the responsible thing to do. And I just, in closing, I mean, I really want us to really think about the effects this is having. If this isn't about the here and now and today, this is about the future. The future. We cannot tell almost 1 million people that live outside the city limits that we're not going to be able to fund your roads with the tax that you voted for. It's just irresponsible. And I really think we need to take a hard look at this and make some adjustments to move forward if this tax does in fact, if it's held up in the courts and it goes through, which it probably will, and go from there. But I think there's a way to make this work for us, but we're all going to have to work together to help solve it. Thank you.
Developers raise the taxes, so that.
You're out of order, sir. Sir,
Yeah,
please,
sorry.
sir.
I didn't know where that was. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I continue to be a plaintiff in this lawsuit, but I'm still a member of this board, and each and every one of you is a valued colleague. I continue to believe that this All for Transportation initiative is an attempt to solve the right problem the wrong way, in a way that usurps the rule of law. But we've already debated that issue extensively, so I won't revisit that today. Standing on principle can be difficult and downright awkward. My questions today are simple ones. First, what's the big hurry? Why not let the dust settle, let the legal process wrap up, and give our staff time to advise us further on the allocation of these revenues? Why July? Why not October? The charter amendment doesn't even contemplate spending these funds until 2020 anyway. Second, I ask myself if this is a policy initiative or a political initiative. It's clear to me that this is strictly a political initiative. But addressing the politics of this is premature. Until all pending legal matters are put to rest, I continue to be in a legal posture. And as a member of this board that truly cares about this body and my colleagues, I don't want to see any decisions made that might be embarrassing. Mr. Chairman, before I close, I'd like to touch on one more issue related to the political maneuvering that is occurring. Commissioners, one thing I'd like to bring up is that over the past couple of weeks, my office, and probably yours as well, has been receiving calls from citizens on this issue. Most of these calls have been the result of phone banking. That's very normal, but what's unusual is that the person being transferred often has no idea why they're being connected to my staff. 3 separate phone calls come to mind, in fact. One gentleman was over 80 years old, legally blind, and was in the process of drying off in the shower. he was led to believe that my office had been trying to reach him. Another citizen, elderly, was leaving his house for a doctor's appointment when the call came. He was told my office is taking a survey. And finally, one gentleman was in recovery from a stroke and very confused about the outreach and why he was being connected to my office. Now, I'm not generally against this kind of contact. It's perfectly normal for activists to robocall a commissioner's office, and my staff is more than capable of handling the increased phone traffic that comes from that. But what bothers me is the majority of the calls we received were from elderly people who were not properly informed why they were being connected to my office. And in the 3 cases I mentioned above, this borders on elder abuse. If we received word that a business were making confusing calls like this to the elderly, I'm sure every commissioner on this dais would be asking for consumer protection to intervene. Now, I'm not going to throw stones at one group or another for this, but I think those responsible for the calls ought to take a hard look at their tactics. And if this is the kind of actions they're comfortable with, then I'm just disappointed at what we've come to. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Later today, we're going to have a presentation on our 10-year transportation plan. And within that is road widening, there is maintenance and vulnerability, there is congestion, safety, and network planning. All of the things that we're making it sound like if we go with an allocation plan that the surtax illustrates, we won't address our roads. There couldn't be anything further than the truth. There's an opportunity for us to actually incorporate more planning to do it well. And in 2016, when we were addressing our transportation needs, there was a board policy that was put forth that suggests that any additional revenues coming down the pike, and it actually referenced the half-cent sales tax or surtax availability for funding the $812 million budget, that those new revenues could be used. But 2 areas were specifically documented in that process to be excluded from the funding mechanism, one of which would be a new fuel tax or additional fuel taxes. Now, the last I checked, fuel taxes have to be used on transportation. And a board that puts forth a rule or a policy that suggests that we can't use fuel taxes towards transportation revenue, it makes no sense to me. So I think we do have a lot of work to do. Commissioner Merman, I think you're on point in the sense that we really do need to look at how our budget works, look at how our policies work, and look at how we implement the use of the resources that we have at our fingertips. But I don't think that doing it by assuming that the voters didn't know what they were voting on, when we could just go back and look at the multitude of surveys we've, over the years, asked our citizens to respond to and what was important to them in moving forward. They may not be transportation engineers or road engineers, but they know what they need in the way of attention to the needs of our citizens and how we grow. So I just would like to, part of the reason, as I mentioned earlier, that I asked to pull A10, which addresses the fuel tax, is to address the fact that we do have work to do in looking at our policies and how we approach utilization of the resources we have. Honestly, voters gave us a gift. They gave us a 1% surtax to pay for the deficit and the lack of action that we've taken or not taken over the last 20 years. And I think it's critically important that we move forward and actually accept that they had some wisdom in that decision-making process and not assume that they didn't know what they were voting on. The words that were were discussed earlier about the way the charter read, talked about maintenance and road, capacity. This does have some room for it. But what it does is it balances the decision-making to smart road development, smart growth planning, and is going to require that we address our land use in the process. So I do think we can get there. It's going to make us work harder, and that's what we're paid to do. So thank you.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
See if I can get. There we go. Okay. Thank you. I have no doubt in my mind that the voters would never have handed us a penny tax for 30 years for transportation with no strings attached. And in fact, they did not hand us a penny tax for 30 years with no strings attached. I was campaigning at the same time that this referendum was being vetted and campaigning on the same campaign trail and the same forums that I was at, in civic associations, in churches all over this county, in chambers of commerce meetings, in homeowners association meetings. We were in millions of forums all over this county at the same time this ballot referendum was being considered. And I talked to voters all over this county, and I heard them. And I heard that they were reassured to vote for this because there was a 45% being given to transit. They were reassured. Many people told me they were voting for this because of the 12% for bicycle pedestrian safety, because as Commissioner Kemp noted, we are tired of, it's a shameful tragedy that our area is constantly within the top 10 most dangerous areas in America for bicycle and pedestrians, and that people are dying on our roads. And people were encouraged to vote for this tax because of that. People were encouraged to vote for it because of, as Commissioner Kemp pointed out, we're tired of being the last place in America for transit. Many people voted for this. I heard over and over again that they voted for this because they were reassured that there would be a citizens committee weighing in on this and providing feedback. Just like the people who voted for other referendums. And so I reject the argument that the voters did not know what they were voting for. As a voter myself, I have been frustrated and angered whenever our state legislators have ignored the will of the voters and refused to carry out our directives when we sent them a citizen referendum like the Florida Forever referendum that the voters wanted to spend money to preserve our natural areas, and our state legislators keep finding ways to say that's not what the voters really wanted. They really wanted us to spend that money some other way. When the same thing with the most recent referendum that we sent them on restoring voters' rights to felons. And our legislators keep trying to find a way to say that the voters really wanted us to make them pay some other way before they can go through some other hoops. No, we didn't. And so I feel very strongly that when the citizens go to the trouble to collect signatures and get a referendum on the ballot and vet it in the public forums and vote for it and win at the ballot box, then our legislators should hear them. I also reject the argument that spending this new money that the voters have given us for these, with these strings attached, with these specific restrictions. I reject the argument that spending that money the way the voters directed means we won't be addressing congestion in South Hillsborough and East County. I live in South County. I commute every day on our congested roads from South County to downtown Tampa. I have assured the voters and citizens throughout South County and East Hillsborough that I am committed to addressing those issues and transportation problems. We will all be paying this tax, and we should all be benefiting from it. And I'm sure that we are going to make sure that that happens equitably and fairly, and that we use the best planning principles to put forth a full transportation system throughout this county that will alleviate the congestion that our voters have cried out for us to fix and have handed us their own money for us to fix. So I certainly reject the fear-mongering going on that, if we do this, we're going to have to raise taxes. We won't be, I think we'll all be fiscally responsible and address those roads in South County at the same time that we address the transit needs and the road safety needs. And I have no doubt that we can do that in this county. Thank you.
Commissioner Miller, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. To close, I want to thank each and every one of you for your comments, whether you're pro or con on this particular issue. I don't think any of us up here wants to tie the hands of this commission in doing the right thing for transportation and transit in this county. Mr. Merrill has come before us many years talking about the buildup and where we're going to be if certain things do not happen in this county. And he will continue to do that as long as he's here. Let me say this, there is no way in the world that what I'm doing is political. I don't care about being elected to any other office at this point in time. This is doing what the will of the voters said. 57% of the voters voted to pass this. Let me take you down memory lane. Twice, this Board of County Commissioners had the opportunity to put this on the ballot, and twice it was voted down because those who voted it down said, if I vote for this, I'm raising taxes. You weren't raising taxes. You didn't want it to go on the ballot because you were afraid it was going to pass. So the citizens of this county, all for transportation, had the wherewithal and the kahunas to put it on the ballot, and it passed by 57% of the vote, okay? That's what happened. And we should be adhering to what they said. I don't think that any of us up here are going to tie the hands of our staff, and any of us are going to tie the hands of what we need to do in South County, or in East County, or in West County, or in North County. I know the congestion out in South County. My son lives out there. I'm out there a lot. I've been out there a lot lately. And I know what the problems are out there, and we got to alleviate those problems. We got to alleviate every transit and transportation problem we have within this county. Heart needs the dollars to get things done. Let me take you on memory lane again. You talk about raising ad valorem and the millage. Since I've been here, since 2010, this board has rolled back the millage every year. If we had not have done that, we may not have been in this position that we're in now. Every year. And I always ask why. We've done that. So don't sit here and say we haven't, because we did. And I think I've asked Mr. Fessler every year, how much is this going to save the tax dollars? And every year he tells me that, and we've done that. So to sit here and say this is going to, hopefully, this may increase tax dollars on that is not true. That is not true. Ladies and gentlemen, you talk about why now? Why not in August? Why not in September? Well, why not 2016, 2017 when you had the opportunity? You said no. This is why now. This is why we must do this at this point in time. So, Madam Vice Chair, I'm close.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. So we have a motion by Commissioner Miller. It's been seconded by Commissioners Overman and Smith. Seeing no further discussion, please record your votes.
Motion carried 4-3. Commissioners Hagan, Merman, White voted no.
Mr. Barrow. I'm sorry, Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Yes, and I mean, I spent a lot of time yesterday going over the budget, and honestly, I don't know how we're gonna make ends meet. I really don't, on transportation. If we don't improve the funding issue in that fifth bucket, because 16 million will not do what needs to get done everywhere in unincorporated. So I would like to make a motion to ask staff to come back with a report about what the adequate funding would be in the fifth bucket for roads in Hillsborough County.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner White. Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. Again, as I stated before, not only did the average person not know about buckets and allocations, but there's also no magic or perfect formula for these different allocations. Of the 7 transportation improvements identified on the ballot, roads and bridges was listed first, followed by public transit options. There's a reason for that, and that's because the polling showed that roads were the number one issue and concern by the voters. So, as I stated earlier, we have significant funding shortfalls in resurfacing, sidewalks, and particularly with road expansion, so I'm happy to support Commissioner Merman's motion.
Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I think it's a reasonable question to ask. I'd like to also find out, in answering your question, what the impact of the September 8th, 2016 policy that was adopted by the board at the time that says, if the BOCC adopts a new fuel tax after implementation of this policy, the new source would be excluded as an eligible funding source, but would serve as a supplemental funding. Any surplus over a given year's cumulative target would be applied to subsequent years' funding targets. You know, when we have a policy that indicates that we can't use money for transportation funding that is specifically allocated for transportation funding, if that impact of that piece of policy is impacting our abilities to address our capacity issues, I want to know what that financial impact is. So thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Final comment. Thank you. I did spend time with Mr. Merrill yesterday on this issue, and in also talking about the gas tax. Everyone on this board knows I have been a supporter of increasing the gas tax since I've been here. It's a user fee, and I think we should have done it 5 years ago. But anyway, yes, I think if they can come back and show us the big picture, I think it would be good. We'll probably see a lot of it today in the budget presentation, but I think a more deep dive, thoroughness will help us understand going forward.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner White. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
Yes, so the next item would be the presentation of the budget. We are getting close to lunch. We have items this afternoon. The presentation of the budget is likely to involve a lot of discussion, so it's the will of the board. Do you want to recess now and come back and do that in the afternoon? Or?
Well, let me ask you a question. We have certain time. We have time certains at 1:30.
Mm-hmm.
You can do what?
Mine's at 1:30, and that I'm in no hurry. I think my staff just always does that, so I can go anytime.
Okay.
I'd be supportive.
Pardon?
I'd be supportive of doing this item and then breaking for lunch, but.
Okay.
That's what I think. I agree.
Okay, we're going to move forward with the item.
All right. We will try to be complete but concise on a $6 billion budget. So I'll just stay here in the interest of saving time. It's my pleasure to present my recommended budget for FY 20 and 21. Focus of this budget has been fiscal sustainability and
Mr. Merrill.
Yes.
Can you hold on a minute? I got to do this. I've got to do this. Just don't lose your thought.
All right.
Bonnie Wise just walked in. And I just had to recognize her. Bonnie went through something, and I know how difficult it was. And she's just joined a club that I'm a proud member of. It's called the Survivors Club. So we want to recognize you, Bonnie, and tell you welcome back. We appreciate all the work you do. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I had to do that, but go ahead.
And that completes my presentation.
Okay.
Sorry. Yes, very glad she's back. Thank you. So the budget is focused on fiscal sustainability and the sustainability of critical services, especially in public safety, affordable housing, and parks, but there are others. So just a quick sort of look at how the budget was put together. It is a zero-based budget process from top to bottom. We had 9 budget workshops with the board, 14 individual commissioner briefings, and I held numerous meetings with departments. So we looked at this from top to bottom to make sure that we were being responsible and looking at sustainability. So it's been a 10-year journey to improve service and restore financial integrity to the county, and I think we have been very successful. It's important, before I get into the details of the budget, that residents know that we have been good stewards of county finances. We maintain our AAA rating. The latest credit report from Standard & Poor's, which we received this month, highlights the financial management of the county in granting our AAA rating. We have instituted cost control at the unit level, the client level, the service level. Anybody can look at a particular service and see what it costs. In the budget and brief book on page 4, anybody can go and see what it costs for passenger trips, for Sunshine Line, for fire and medical response, for delivering meals to seniors. I'm not going to go through them, but they're all very, very reasonable service costs. A couple slides up there right now. Can you run the slides for me? The average cost of government is almost 11% lower than it was in 2010. And that's without reducing service. It's with increasing the quality of service. Number of employees per 1,000 residents is 16% lower than it was in FY10. Our administrative overhead is only 8.8% of the general fund budget, which is well below generally accepted guidelines. And among our peer counties in Florida, our per capita taxes and fees as a percentage of personal income is the lowest. It's actually next graph, next chart. Next one. It's actually 6.2%. There's an error on there, but we are still the lowest in terms of all of our taxes and fees. When it's viewed in terms of personal income of the people we serve, we are the lowest in the state of Florida. The point is that we are recommending in this budget significant investments in areas where we've been deficient, but I want folks to understand that we have scrubbed our operations. We have reduced costs. We have done more with less. We've delivered good service. The recent citizen survey indicates 98% trust in county government, 70% satisfaction with services, and 94% satisfaction with quality of life. That was a professionally done survey that you all heard from at your last meeting. So as we all know, in closing this section of it, the journey to excellence never stops. We're just always part of the way, and we're always continuing, but I'm very, very grateful for all of the hard work of employees who are here now, employees who've been here, of the boards that I've served, because together we've really accomplished this. We have a lot more to do, clearly. We'll talk about that in a minute. So Tom is going to present the details of the recommended budget, but I just want to focus for a few minutes on core issues. So while we've controlled costs without sacrificing service, there still are a number of essential services that were deficient. And so this budget, as you see on the screen, includes $28.9 million of new funding in the areas that are indicated. I'm not going to read them, but we need a lot of additional work in our technology area for disaster recovery, security. We need new facilities, hardened facilities for emergency management, enhanced public safety. This slide does not include the additional funding of deputies that the sheriff has asked for, which is a critical need. They've needed new deputies for years, and the sheriff, I agree with him, and that's not included in the slide, but that's another aspect of public safety. Pet resources, increasing live outcomes, mosquito control, this is countywide, and medical examiner. We're going to ramp up, provide additional funding for seniors, for children, for Sunshine Line. Those are all areas that need additional resources. We have been very good in sustaining our economy with workforce initiatives. We need to do more because that's the backbone of our community and jobs, and life enrichment opportunities as well for preservation of ELAP land and safety programs. Go to the next slide, please. We have also in the budget recommending $64.4 million of new capital projects that will be financed, including very necessary fire stations. This only begins to replace the fire stations. This is 3. We need about 24. LED lighting in parks and government facilities will pay back handsomely as we reduce our cost. The E-Factory is an extension and an enhancement of the success we've had at the Economic Collaboration Center in Ybor, where we support startup companies, we support small businesses in growing and being successful. This would be to expand that operation. Synthetic turf fields, much needed in our parks, and are more sustainable because they don't have to be replaced as much as natural grass. Solar initiatives as well, for obvious reasons, for energy savings and for the environment, and a variety of others that I won't read, but that are related to improving our cultural and recreational opportunities. We also need to acquire land. So we have another big bill coming down the road that's not addressed here. When the legislature a number of years ago, passed Article 5, they told counties, you are responsible for delivering court facilities, and we're not going to give you any money to do it with. So that's not even in here. But we need to acquire a chunk of land where the Firestone Station is to complete the assembly of parcels to build the facilities for the courts that the legislature mandated we build but not give us money to pay for. So those, go to the next slide. And the unincorporated area, oops, back up. In the unincorporated area, $23.4 million, starting with fire rescue, new fire rescue units, parks and recreation compliance with ADA, turf replacement. We need more code enforcement officers. These are all ramping up essential services that we need to continue to provide what citizens deserve and demand in this county. So that gives you an idea of what is included in the budget. It does a lot to help people we serve. It helps to keep us sustainable. But it comes with a little bit of a footnote here. And so this is the item I guess everyone's been waiting for that's drawn all of the interest. So going back to the item that Commissioner Overman raised, the policy, it didn't begin with the policy that was adopted in September. This is a long-standing problem. This goes back before I took over 10 years ago, when the county did not have a dedicated funding source for transportation and was using property taxes and gas taxes to build transportation. Property taxes are the worst funding source for transportation. There's no relationship between taxable value and transportation. And it's not paid for by people who visit here as tourists, and it's not paid for by people who come here to work but don't live here. That's why we have always needed a dedicated transportation source. So over the years, transportation has been funded with ad valorem dollars that should have been used for the kinds of things that I just mentioned that now we're putting back in the budget. When the tax did not go on the ballot in September, that is what caused the policy to be adopted, so that there would be a board policy that says Let's continue to invest ad valorem taxes until, and this is important, until we find a permanent solution. That policy was never intended to be a permanent solution. Everyone knew that. And for the last 2 years, 3 years, before some of you joined the board, every time we've talked about a budget, we've told the board, we have problems in our unincorporated fund, and it's not sustainable. Now, it's not, in my opinion, worth the time spending pointing fingers about why. It doesn't matter. The problem is here in our laps. We got to deal with it. So, to do all of those things that I just showed you, all those important public safety, quality of life, I was required under that policy that was approved in September 16, required to tell you when the policy is going to impair our ability to deliver public safety and other board initiatives. That's what I am doing. And the board policy also says that the surtax, if it were passed, is an eligible funding source. Whether or not you do it is your decision. I'm doing my job under the policy. What I'm delivering to you is a budget that I think is responsible because it does exactly what the policy provides for. The charter that we just discussed for the surtax does not prohibit the use of the surtax to pay for transportation that is currently funded with another source. I did this in order to fund necessary projects without forcing you to raise millage in the unincorporated area or to cut other projects. In my judgment, that was responsible. It's consistent with responsible best practices in the business that we're in. But ultimately, it's the board's decision. We may not like the facts. It may be uncomfortable. This isn't Mike Merrill's personal opinion. I'm doing what I'm being directed to do by the policy and giving you my best recommendation. Once I deliver this recommended budget, it becomes the board's budget. And you can do whatever you feel is appropriate. So with that...
Mr. Merrill?
Yes.
Before you finish, Mr. Hagan wants to say something.
I just want to make one quick comment before I forget it. Mike, you did an excellent job explaining that. You're absolutely right. This is our decision. But I want to point out one thing. This should be no surprise to any board member here. I mean, Mike has said this in 4 or 5 workshops. I remember Tom standing up there and there being a slide in the bottom of it showing affordable housing, fire rescue, public safety, parks. If we need and want to fund these items, this has to be the approach. And not one commissioner said a word in any of those discussions. So to me, it kind of catches me by surprise that suddenly they're all kind of questions and we didn't know and how did this come about? That's just simply untrue.
So Tom, if you could just run through the highlights of the total.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I just had to respond. I am the one vote of this commission in March of 2017. I voted no on the $812 million. I pulled the transcript from that to see what people had said during that, to see what I said. And I know that I have repeatedly said over and over again that I didn't believe the money existed to do that. I wasn't told that it was going to go anywhere else, although I never believed that the money existed to do those 10 years. And I thought it was a false promise to the public, and that's why I had concerns about it. But I will say also, I have repeatedly asked the board to address the fact that our unincorporated budget was in crisis, and that our countywide budget was doing very well, but they serve different things. Our countywide budget does the services, does the countywide things. Our unincorporated budget has been in crisis. It has not been said at any time when over and over again there was nothing done about raising millage or addressing some of those needs that were put out. So I'd just like to point out that I very much disagree with that assessment, and feel as though we have pushed this away. We kept putting development down. We kept not doing what we needed to do to support the infrastructure. And, you know, I've just been on record over and over again with that and with development fees and everything else. And I just want to say that I just, you know, we're hitting a wall here, but not a wall that wasn't foreseeable for many years. So it's just where I just like to clear the record for myself and be on record saying that.
Commissioner Hagan, you recognize.
Real quick, I completely agree with Commissioner Kemp. She's accurate in her comments. However, my comments were not related or directed at votes or things that happened 2 or 3 years ago. My comments were in this budget cycle. We've had 3, 4, 5 workshops where Mr. Merrill's been very direct on the funding strategy, and not one commissioner said one thing. You're right about 2017, maybe 16, 18, but my comments were meant for this budget cycle and the workshops this year. So I just want to be clear about
Mr. Merrill, continue.
Yes, Tom, if you could just take the board through the highlights of the total budget.
Sure. Morning, Commissioners. Tom Fessler.
It's afternoon now.
Afternoon. I just wanted to kind of run through the highlights of the budget. I'm going to go through that, I guess, quickly, the total budget, how it breaks down, and then also cover how we allocated and how the new growth dollars were used in this budget. As you can see on this slide, it's a little bit small on the screen, but the county's total budget is about $6.23 billion. Of that amount, we have about $1.6 billion in reserves. As I've told you before, reserves basically serve as like a bank account for the board, and there are many different purposes for the reserves. A lot of those reserves are restricted for particular purposes. I did want to point out that currently included in the reserve amount is $187 million in estimated revenues from the transportation surtax. So right now, we haven't allocated any of those dollars. They're currently sitting in reserves, awaiting for outcomes of the activities that are currently going on. So none of those have been allocated yet. The next bucket down is close to $1.5 billion. I'm calling those programs funded with restricted funding sources. And the reason that we kind of do this is to kind of show you where the board has the most discretion in the budget. And what you're going to see is that where we have the most discretion on reallocating revenues or spending revenues is kind of down near the bottom of the funnel. Some of the things included in the restricted area would be things such as the enterprise funds. So you have your water system, your solid waste system. That's $543 million of the budget there. So it makes up a big portion. We have things such as debt service amounts of $150 million to service our current debt. The library fund is included in there. We have our indigent healthcare fund in there at about $200 million. So those are any revenues associated with those areas are very restricted on what they can be used for. The next bucket is non-cash reserves. When we're talking about a budget, we're talking about governmental accounting. We use reserves or transfers. These transfers move money between the various funds. They don't actually represent dollars in the bank. They're simply an accounting mechanism and a tool to move dollars within the budget. So really, it's a non-cash item. You can kind of take it out of the $6.23 billion. Then we get down to the constitutional officers. So that includes your supervisor election, property appraiser, tax collector, sheriff, and clerk. The sheriff's budget in this area represents $462 million, so it's the bulk of the dollars here. This area also includes some of your other outside agencies, such as the EPC and some of the court system. Then we get down to the transportation area, $574 million. About $80 million of that is for routine maintenance that goes into the public works budget, and it's for things such as filling potholes, right-of-way maintenance, tree trimming, things like that. And then there's about $494 million that's currently included in the Transportation Capital Fund. So a lot of those dollars are what we call carry forward dollars. So those, as we have transportation projects, they span multiple years. So a lot of the dollars carry over from one year to the next and they're rebudgeted. But some of the things that are included in here, about $50 million for repaving, about $30 million for bridges. Some of the larger road projects that are included in here are things such as Big Bend at $52 million, Citrus Park Drive extension at $51, Bell Shoals at $46. Those are just some examples of what's currently in the Transportation Capital Program. Then we move down to the I call it the capital improvement program. This area does not include any capital projects that are included in your enterprise funds or the transportation fund, but it includes other things here, such as government facilities. $100 million of the government facilities is related to the new hardened facility projects that we have going on in multiple locations. It also includes parks, it includes libraries, fire rescue, and stormwater. And then finally, we get down to about $60 million in the budget and non-departmental. So this is an area where we kind of where we put things that kind of aren't easily associated with a given department. And a couple of the things that are in here are nonprofits. We have some economic development activities. We have a lot of things such as legal and accounting type things that are in here, and just miscellaneous things that just don't fit real well within a specific department. The one thing I did want to do, the next two slides go over your two general funds. It's a countywide general fund, so I just wanted to give you this is where you do have some discretion within the budget, and just wanted to give you an idea of where we're currently allocating some of these funds. So on this slide, as you can see, I say we have some discretion, but you see that in the countywide fund, we do fund constitutional officers and other outside agencies out of here. So those dollars are actually a little bit less discretionary, about 48% of that. Again, Sheriff's Office and the countywide fund represents $313 million. A lot of that has to do with the jail activities. And then we've got the county administrative departments at about $115 million. This is where you have a lot of your human services activities, such as aging services, social services, Sunshine Line, homeless services, things of that nature. We also have the conservation area here, pet resources, mosquito control. In the countywide fund, we do have reserves, countywide general fund reserves for about $200 million, or about 24% of the fund, which does fall within and is consistent with the board's current policy on reserves. And then we've got some other smaller areas. In the unincorporated area, $550 million. We've got, again, county administrative departments here. You can see here the lion's share under the county administrative departments is your fire rescue department, which is $178 million out of 261 that makes up the 47% slice of this pie. And then you also, again, have the sheriff's office here and the other constitutional officers at about $153 million. And reserves currently at 15%. So the reserves are a little low in the unincorporated fund just because we do have some stresses there, and we're trying to fund the needs out in the community. The reserves on the two general funds combined do meet your county policy of maintaining reserves between 20 to 25%. So the next few slides have to do with how we allocated the growth money within the budget. So I just wanted to go through those by fund. In the countywide fund, you can see we have about $89 million in new sources of revenue. That includes your property taxes and some state revenues and various other revenues that are included in our general fund. The uses of those funds, so out of the $89 million, $22 million is going to your constitutional officers. Again, primarily sheriff within that line item. Then you have your reserves that we're allocating some funds to make sure that we stay in compliance with your board policy. We have the contributions to the city tax increment financing districts. So those have been established a number of years ago, and those contributions actually tend to go up every year. So there was an additional $8.1 million that went there this year. Union contracts and employee compensation, and finally there were some increases to some of the nonprofit funding, which takes us down to remaining funds of $27 million, and then that is allocated across I guess various kind of areas that Mr. Merrill had already covered in a previous slide, so I won't spend too much time on this slide other than to point out that with the civil service change in the law regarding civil service, we do anticipate a savings this year in the fiscal year 20 budget of about $1.3 million from that. And then you've seen this slide. This is the one we went over earlier. Okay. Not sure what that is. You've seen this slide also. We went over this one earlier. These are financed projects, so this is a new bond issue that you just issued. So this is going to be funded by basically half-cent sales tax revenues. Then we get to the unincorporated fund. This is where I wanted to make sure to point out a couple of things. So this fund does not generate as much revenue. It's not as big. We've got about $44 million in new sources of funding for the year. And then we get down to our constitutional officers. This is where I wanted to point out where the sheriff's office has been a very good partner with the county over the years, especially as we've gone through the downturns. They've really held the line on things, but they've also been telling us all along the way that at some point they were going to have to increase their funding and their number of deputies that they had out on the street. This is the year that they're starting to, fiscal year 20 will be the year that they start to do that. When they sat down with us, we always meet with them every year, they indicated they had a 6-year plan to increase the number of deputies by about 60 deputies per year. The reason that this is significant this year is that out of the new money, this line item, which is almost 100% the sheriff, represents 67% of the dollars, the increased dollars. So the sheriff's office will be consuming 2/3 of the new revenue coming into the unincorporated fund this year. This is one of the reasons why we are having some issues with continuing to fund the transportation policy in the 812 plan as we're moving forward. This is one of the primary, this and a couple other things are really what are hamstringing us a little bit this year. We do want to continue to try to maintain our reserves. As I mentioned, our reserves are still a little bit low in this fund. We did, however, commit some of the new dollars to some of the reserves. We've got union contracts associated primarily with your fire rescue department. So in the fire rescue department, the unincorporated fund, a little over 1,000 positions. And then, of course, we've made a continued commitment to affordable housing. So $10 million more for affordable housing, along with what's not showing up here is a carryover of last year's funds that were committed to $5 million that haven't been spent yet. So we've got $15 million in the budget this year in fiscal year 20 for affordable housing, which takes us down to a remaining balance of a -8. And then from that, we've got some other needs. We've presented to you previously in previous budget processes the fire rescue master plan. So we're trying to make some progress there. 4 new rescue units. One of those is a new heavy rescue unit. We've got parks funding. We've had a lot of needs in the parks as far as having deferred maintenance at the parks. So this is a year we really tried to invest back into our park system with turf replacements. This turf replacement is for natural grass, not the artificial turf that you saw in the Capitol area. We did a survey to see how we were doing as far as being in compliance with federal ADA laws and found that we had a lot of deficiencies there. So we identified about $3.4 million in deficiencies that need to be made up to be compliant with federal ADA laws. Code enforcement. So code enforcement, the board has a policy of, I think it's one code officer to 18,000 citizens. Right now, we're at 1 code officer to 45,000 citizens. So we're not really in alignment with that. And we did some surveys of some other areas, and we found that most other jurisdictions that are similar to us in Florida are somewhere in the 1 to 20 to 30,000 range. So we are starting a program. We're trying to add back some code enforcement officers. Development services, we've got a lot of growth going on, so we've got some increased costs there. But however, the board did take some recent action to raise some of the development services fees. So this $1 million is actually offset by new revenues. So it should be a net zero or close to it. And then we've got a few other things that we're doing here. One of the things also, the repair, renovation, and maintenance program that we have. We've identified in the unincorporated area that some of our facilities, as we project out, we're seeing that we're not quite keeping up with where we want to be as far as we're projecting that we're going to start to have some issues maintenance-wise. So what we're doing is we're increasing our allocation that we currently have of 1.5% in this fund to 2.5% so that we can make sure that we stay on track with keeping our assets in an acceptable level. So what that brings us down to is a remaining balance, and where we ended up was with a hole of about $31 million. And when we were taking a look at what our options were to be able to balance the budget out, we've been making the increased transfers to the transportation program from the general fund, from the unincorporated general fund, And so what we did to balance the budget was reduce the transfer to transportation this year in order to balance the fund out. I think Mr. Merrill has kind of already covered what was in the current board's 10-year policy, but just wanted to provide you with some excerpts here indicating that eligible funding sources include recurring or one-time sources from any funding source, and that the policy is designed to allow the maximum flexibility and be able to meet the targets for the 812 plan. One of the things I want to point out is when we adopted the 812 plan, it was actually a $600 million policy, but an $812 million plan. We had some additional revenues we assigned to it. It was all the revenues were based on the assumption that we would have growth, and that the growth and the revenues would help to fund the plan. So the point I want to make is that we don't have $812 million of revenues or money in the bank, so to speak, to fund the plan. It's always been anticipated that we would monitor it every year, and if we saw some issues that were coming up that would affect the cash flows that would allow us to meet the policy targets, that we would come back to you and inform you of that. Some potential options other than using the transportation surtax in order to balance the unincorporated fund, the $30 million shortfall, would be to scale back on some of the items that we've included in this budget plan for fiscal year 20, potentially look at some new user fees. We've got the new fuel tax option that's out there. Communication services tax, we still have a little bit of room there. We could generate about another $5.6 million a year if we went to the max on that. Public services tax, we've not implemented that. We estimate that if we went to the full 10% there, we might generate up to about $60 million a year. We could further reduce our reserve commitment, which we would not recommend because we already have low reserves in the unincorporated fund. But even if we did that, it would only be a one-time source. And then there's always the option to increase millage or to look at potentially financing some of the projects associated with the 812 plan. The policy and the way that we looked at the 812 plan originally was that it would be a pay-go plan over a 10-year period. And the way that it was voted on and adopted by the board is that we would not finance anything beyond the 10-year period, but that certainly could be an option. And with that, the only other slide I had, I think, was...
Do you have those other slides? My other slides?
Your slide.
Yeah, I'll pop those up before you finish. There's a couple of the recommendations I want to make that are not in the recommended budget per se, but they're for your consideration as we work through the budget over the summer. If you were to want to adopt them, they would not affect either the millage or anything else, because these would be in addition to additional resources. So the first series of initiatives that I'm recommending are for additional affordable housing monies. There's three initiatives. The first is a corridor redevelopment land acquisition fund of about $3 million annually. This would allow us to acquire additional sites for affordable housing, emphasizing transit and proximity to employment centers. Creates a pipeline of dedicated sites, aligns housing with land use policies. Recommendation is to increase the communication service tax from 4% to 5.2%. That's the max. That's about on a $100 cell phone bill per month. That's an additional $1.22. Next initiative would be also funded with the increase in the communication service tax. That would be a mixed income affordable housing revenue enhancement grant. Basically, it would be a grant to any developer who was willing to set aside affordable workforce housing units in their market rate development, and for that they would be essentially given a grant equivalent to a reduction in property taxes for a limited period of time. It kind of resembles our policy that we have for economic development, where we provide relief for property taxes for certain economic development projects. This would kind of mimic that. So those two could be funded with the increase in the CST. Again, that wouldn't affect the budget because it would be an additional tax. The third initiative Doesn't really require any government capital, but it's utilizing the Opportunity Zone program, especially the focus area, the university area, where a number of opportunity zones have been established in connection with the Innovation District. Opportunity zones incentivize private investment. The private investors receive substantial capital gains advantages in their income tax. But it's to direct investment, private investment, to help leverage public investment in essentially low-income census tract areas. Can be used for infrastructure, business startups, affordable housing, and other public assets. So we're planning to bring that back to you for the university area for affordable housing. The next initiative is for homeless. So we've done as a community really good work in reducing homelessness, especially for veterans and for some families, but there still is persistent homeless clients, people unsheltered, and I asked THHI, the Tampa Hillsborough Homeless Initiative, to provide a recommendation to really target unsheltered homeless, and those are the folks that we see every day. Some of them we don't see, they're in encampments. This would be moving families and individuals from emergency housing to permanency. Top causes I think we're all familiar with, listed there. So they priced out, next slide, a number of ways to attack this. The 560 and 560 is to address 560 homeless clients in 560 days to get them into permanency with wraparound services. So some of that would involve expungement clinics because that's an important part of folks, being able to be self-sufficient. Second chance job fairs, countywide affordable housing, supportive housing programs, hotspot mobile outreach to have mobile teams go out and begin to meet people on the street where they are and provide them services, get them the services they need. Rapid exit from shelters, that's the key thing. People who are chronically homeless have to really start in an emergency shelter, but we need to rapidly move them into permanent housing. Speed leasing, that's really to help landlords, incentivize landlords to make units available for homeless. Often that requires additional security deposits and guarantees if there's damage, excessive damage to units. Operation Reveille, which has been successful for veterans, and shared stable housing, where we would have 2 or more clients sharing a stable housing environment. So the cost of that over 2 years is $8.5 million. I'm recommending that you consider $4 million from countywide general fund reserves, and that we use that as an incentive to get federal and state grants, get the cities to participate, and also private foundations and investors. Antoinette Triplett, who heads the THHI, has already engaged with a number of local banks and foundations who I believe will step in. This would be a matching kind of thing where we would sort of provide the seed money. So again, this would be money from countywide reserves, so it doesn't affect the recommended budget that we've shown you. These would be additional on top of the budget, and we can consider those over the summer, or if you choose not to, that's your prerogative. So I just put those before you. There's extreme needs, obviously, and just something to think about and a strategy. So with that, we have a budget public hearing tomorrow night. More importantly, well, not more importantly, but as importantly, we have the reconciliation workshop on the 25th of July, which is scheduled to start at 9. We're prepared to go all day. We can begin to hash out some of these issues that you've heard, dive deeper into the budget. At the end of the reconciliation workshop, though, by state law, we need the board to set the trim, the truth in millage. And once you set the trim millage, we can't exceed it. It can be lower, but we can't exceed it. And then we'll have until September, where we have 2 required public hearings under state law, and then the adoption of the budget at the end of September. So that's kind of what things look like from here. But that is the presentation of the budget. So thank you for your attention.
Okay. I'm going to start off these comments, and let me thank you, Mr. Merrill, for you and your staff, all the the hard work you do every day to make Hillsborough County a better place for all of us to live, work, and play. Let me also thank for all the hard work you've done and your staff putting together this recommended 2020, fiscal year 2020 budget and the additional ones you just added to here. I think that we need to take that seriously under consideration and working on that. You put forth an excellent description of what the role of a local government is and foster conditions within enabling individuals, businesses, and the whole community to prosper. Hillsborough County does this by providing services in 5 strategic areas that you commented on. A strong and sustainable local economy, enhanced public safety, life enrichment and recreational opportunities, self-sufficient individuals and families, and high-quality community assets. Your recommended budget, I think, is the largest one we've seen since we've been here, a 6.23 budget for the fiscal year 2020. And I want to thank you for all the many positive items that you recommended in your budget, such as the Sheriff's Office budget that fully funds law enforcement positions, expands the use of school crossing guards, two new much-needed fire stations. We need more than that, but those are much-needed fire stations and rebuilding of another fire station. Pet resources, or the funds for a new animal shelter annex. You addressed the major affordable housing crisis, and you just mentioned that. You recommend $10 million in recurring funds, and you just talked about another $5 million with other things that you put forth in there. And there's many, many more aspects you recommended in this budget. However, I did have an area that I had some major concerns, but you and I have talked about that day in and day out. At this point, I'm not going to fight it. I'm done. Okay? Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Now you got me questioning. Now you got me questioning. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I do appreciate the efforts to address the issue associated with affordable housing and in ways that we can actually take a look at what other revenue sources we have for overcoming some of the deficits that we appear to be building over time. I am concerned about the issue of the 800 million or 812 and that plan. I do think we do have revenue sources for making that would not necessarily fully require what's being presented here as a transfer from transportation dollars to, ad valorem dollars, or not funding the 800 million in order to meet previous commitment that was obviously unfunded. And when we made that commitment, or appears to be unfunded when we made that commitment many years ago. I am thrilled to see that there is a focus in land banking in some respects, as well as affordable housing, because many of the other expenses the county incurs are the result of the lack of stability of our citizens when they're unable to be home, when they have no safe place to be, when it doesn't appear that they have a safe and secure environment. I wanted to ask a question. When you showed 10 million in the budget, that's this 10 million, that's this plan, versus the 10 million we saw of the HUD grant money that was presented in the item earlier today, correct?
But the 10 million I showed is a contribution from the unincorporated area general fund.
Yeah, so
From county funds rather than the grant funds that were in the plan. Okay, because that's a pass-through for all practical purposes.
Yeah, the earlier item was all federal and state grant money.
Right, that's what I just wanted to get clarification to make sure that that was in fact the case. I thought so, but it's always nice to ask.
And we did carry forward the 5 million that was allocated last year, so that did not go away.
And I'm excited to hear about that too. So that's excellent. No, we do clearly have work to do. What I'd like to do is get a concise, maybe one presentation of where you've offered sources for new revenue based on our estimates, what those potential new revenues could produce. Because, I mean, you've mentioned several here, which is great. But I don't really, all of those other options, I'd love to see an estimate of what those options play out for not only 2020, but 2021 as well.
Sure.
So that we can get a better understanding of what those dollars are, because, ad valorem monies as far as being able to bond them or to, to capitalize them for expenses that are clearly in need of capitalization. Aren't as easily bondable sometimes. Our communications tax, our fuel tax, many of those do have an opportunity to accelerate the capital needs associated with through financing. And we are in a very low income, interest rate environment. If we plan ourselves well, we may be able to use our excellent credit rating as an opportunity to accelerate some of the challenges that we're seeing that would solve other problems. For example, buying the land to create an opportunity for better planning for our affordable housing process. I don't know whether it's possible, but may be capitalized if we have a funding source that's a dedicated funding source that's possible to meet that need. So I'm not able to identify that today, and I'm sure it can come up in conversations as we approach the budget, but I see there are creative ways to solve these problems. And to find all of a sudden that we've got a surtax money available and okay, let's go get it right away because it's right there and it's easy, it isn't necessarily my preferred approach. But I do recognize that there are ways to solve this problem in the unincorporated area. If it requires not rolling back our millage rate and just doing our millage rate as it stands, I'd love to see that number too. Thank you.
Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
Thank you. Just Commissioner Overman, when we've rolled it back, it's been rolled back. Yeah, so it wouldn't cover much at all. It was a statement rather than a real thing. Can you just put up page 8 for a second? No. Oh, yes, thank you. So I just want to say, I think that there's been, finally, a much better job done of separating the two sources. We have two general funds in this county, and it's really important to understand that. And it's important for the public, too. We have the countywide fund that serves for many purposes and is specifically allocated and needs to be used on certain things countywide. The unincorporated is, I call it the unincorporated city of Hillsborough County, is itself its own separate fund. So this is one of the, right here, I just think it's important to understand on these new financed capital projects that, as I see it, there's 4 of these that are in our very well-to-do, our solid countywide fund that would come under that. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but the E-Factory would come from that. The solar initiatives would come from that. The courthouse land acquisition would come from that. Are there any of these others or part or anything of these others that would come from that? Or is everything else on that list from the unincorporated fund, decisions that we're making about spending from the unincorporated fund?
Yes, Commissioner, the only other one I would probably pick out might be the LED lighting. So some of that is for parks, but a good portion of that is also for 200 other government facilities. So
right.
that portion could probably be looked at as county.
So I roughly calculate that about 48.9 million or so, but we can take it down 3 or 4, whatever, for LED lighting. This is expenditures that are being made from the unincorporated fund, which we're saying is in crisis. So I just would like us to understand that for anyone who doesn't. The second question I had, because I just found this out and I was kind of disturbed, I went all along thinking, I fought very, very hard for the past 2 years for $2.3 million for HART. As I've said, they're the most underfunded transit agency in the nation by a long shot. That is still happening now, and it won't be solved until we find out if these dollars are freed up through this suit. So I had asked, I believed, earlier in the year I believe I asked, that $2.3 million in operations would be continued. This comes from the countywide fund, by the way. And I just recently learned that that was never put in the budget. And it came to my attention through HART when I was looking at their budget and had talked to Mr. Limmer and found out that somehow that's been pulled. And I wasn't aware, and I confirmed it with you. So I want to raise that because I think that has to be, and whether that is done by some kind of interlocal agreement that if and when the tax money comes, it could be reimbursed to the countywide fund or whatever. But I do not want to be in a position now of cutting our very inadequate, terrible, underfunded transit agency. And I just don't want to see that moving forward.
I spoke with Mr. Limmer and his interim CFO 2 weeks ago on this issue. They said they do not need the money in this budget. We talked about some other alternatives to get them to where they need to be. And the other reason I didn't put in the recommended budget is because HART's getting 45% of the tax. If they don't need the money this year, which Mr. Limmer said they don't, and they're getting 45% of a new tax, I wasn't going to put it in my recommended budget when we're already stressed out. And the other correction on this is, Tom, these items on the screen are being paid for with sales tax dollars. It doesn't affect the countywide general fund.
Oh, this is sales tax. This is like, capital.
Yes, Commissioner, this is the bond issues being funded and the debt service being paid with half-cent sales tax dollars. So when I was referring to either countywide or unincorporated, I was basically saying, let's say if we were to fund these projects through the two general funds, that's how I was looking at
Thank
this.
you. Okay, I appreciate that clarification very much. And I had not heard anything like that, even though I've been going back and forth. Of course, we have had a break for the last 2 weeks, so I was trying to follow up on this and be as responsible as I could because I do not want to see service cut.
Speak to this issue.
Which was
The conversation that's taking place right now.
yeah, go ahead. You recognize.
Okay, just for clarification, you're talking about the sales tax that's shared with the counties, the state sales tax.
That's correct.
Okay, just want to make sure that's
Half-cent
clear
sales
for the
tax.
record.
Is that all you wanted to say? Yeah. I'm just kidding. Commissioner Merwin, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'm going to do the Hagan. I'm going to keep this very brief because we know we're about to break for lunch. Commissioner Smith and I need lunch, right? Okay.
Two small people out here need lunch. Right.
I really want to, I know we all need it. We all need a break because this has been pretty heavy stuff. I do want to thank Mike Merrill and the staff. They've been very accommodating. They've been very open and transparent, discussing all these issues with us, and I think you all have done an excellent job. This is an extremely tough year, and I know I was the proponent of the 812, and the plan was built on our growth in property tax revenue. I mean, it was the basis. I understand now, and I think we're all aware that may have to change over time. So I fully recognize that and appreciate just the forthright conversation about that, particularly about the unsheltered homeless. And as Mr. Merrill knows, I've been bugging them, quite a bit because we have a serious problem with chronics again. Panhandling has increased. You all probably seen it. And we've got to step up our action, especially on the mobile teams, getting out there, talking with people, because it's a process of time to get to know them and make them feel comfortable and secure, that, not feel threatened by anybody that's going to try and make them do something. So I do really appreciate we do need more shelter space. We do need someplace for these people to go. We're not sure what it's going to look like. We have been looking, and I know that we'll be bringing something back to y'all that will be very, very good for the problem that we have at hand. So I just want to say thank you very much. I think THHI has done an excellent job of putting the plans together. And actually, this is probably one of the best budgets I've seen since I've been here, so it's very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Hagan, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this will be brief. As was stated by Tom, when we approved the transportation policy and program, it was based on enormous growth assumptions. I was outspoken about this at the time, and why, I was so strongly believed that we needed a dedicated funding source. Even with the growth assumptions, that there would be no way that we would be able to meet our yearly budget allocation, particularly in the later years. Because either the growth will slow down, which it will at some point, and or with the additional growth comes a need for additional services, as we're seeing right now, whether it's affordable housing, law enforcement, fire rescue, parks. So that's clearly what we're experiencing, and I remember being very outspoken about that publicly and with Mike. So I just wanted to get that on the record. With that, let's go to lunch.
Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
Thank you. I'd like to talk about that HART item because I just spoke with Mr. Limmer, myself, very recently. And it's my understanding that when they rolled out Mission Max, this county made a commitment of $2.3 million a year to continue some of the services that HART couldn't afford because they were cutting back for Mission Max. And so we gave HART $2.3 million in 2018 and 2019. But then when the sales tax passed, and this might be the conversation that you had with him, we were all kind of assuming for a minute that, oh, that was going to take care of it. But now that the lawsuit is playing out, it looks like it might be late in 2020 before we're able to actually get that money. And so those operating fund dollars of $2.3 million, we would need that for, the next year, for 2020, to make sure the service continues. People who just voted for that transit tax and who are paying it now are not going to want to see services cut. And the way he explained it to me, I mean, their budget is like this until we get that money rolling in from the sales tax. So I think you might, I would ask you to have another conversation and make sure that we don't need to give that $2.3 million back to continue service at this level until we get the sales tax.
Let me comment on that, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
The $2.3 million that we gave them for last fiscal year, and the $2.3 million you gave them that fiscal year, did not tie in for 3 years. I don't know where that rumor came from, but there's no commitment. There was no commitment made above and beyond the 2.3 we gave them last year. There was nothing tied into that. Mr. Limmer talked to me about that. I went back and checked on it. There was nothing in there on that said we were going to give them $2.3 million for 3 consecutive years. I don't know where that came from with HART. I don't know where that came from here. I went back and checked the record. That's not true. Now, having said that, I have not asked Mr. Limmer if they needed a 2.3. I didn't have that conversation with him at this particular point in time. I know our budget is tight. But the fact is that I think they know that in this budget, there's no $2.3 million to go to HART.
So I had a very clear conversation with Mr. Limmer 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
We talked with his finance director, and we talked through some budget options. When I left that conversation, he said, okay, I think we can do this. I said, fine, if you have a problem, call me. I haven't heard from him. But I told him, if you do call me and you do want the $2.3 million, my recommendation to my board is that we will loan it to you. And we want to be repaid once you get the surtax. And he said, fine. So that's where I left it. I didn't hear back. It's not in my budget. But you can put it in if you want, and we'll have to cut something else.
Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
I still have the floor because, I just try to push my button once and then get it all out. That's my strategy.
That's a smart move.
So,
I appreciate that.
So I just want to say, we better make sure that we're not going to have to cut services at heart in order to balance that budget. But I do want to ask a question. The $812 million plan, which was really a $600 million plan, looking at those figures, the plan was to set aside $50 million for 2020, right?
It was a target. Those are all targets, but it was always, excuse me, to Commissioner Hagan's point, it was always recognized it was tied to growth and other needs, and so I don't know that we've ever hit the targets because we've always, maybe we have, I don't know.
We were a little bit behind. We were close,
Close,
but a little
yeah.
bit behind.
So, they were just targets.
So when we say we're taking 31 million, to put in that plan, that's not really even what the 600 million, much less 812 million, would have required.
Well, so the reason it got bumped to 800 was because there were other resources, so the mobility fees were increased. There were some other,
At the time that there was a $600 million policy that was adopted by the board, and then what was to follow on with that was to develop a plan that would be for the uses side of that and how the dollars would be spent. And the plan kind of grew above the $600 million. So as Mr. Merrill said, about $100 million above the $600 million was mobility fees, which is specifically excluded from the policy, but was included to fund the 812 plan. And then we had about another $100 million that was basically us becoming a little more optimistic about growth.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, when we talk about what the voters knew and didn't know, when I was out there on the campaign trail, there were a lot of people bragging about how they put $812 million into transportation without raising taxes. But so I think that now those chickens are coming home to roost, and that's why people are, we're getting email from people who are upset saying you should be spending that $812 million you promised, because, those promises were out there, I can tell you that. I do want to, I think it's clear that we're going to need to put a lot of money from the tax dollars into transit, into bicycle pedestrian safety, into congestion relief, intersection improvements, all the kinds of things that we're going to be moving forward on, hopefully. And we are also going to have to address road issues throughout the county. We are also going to have to change the way we do growth management in order to stop that bleeding and quit digging ourselves into that hole while we figure out ways to fill it up. So we need a massive change of direction in terms of land use from this board. At the same time, we're trying to fix the sins of the past with road projects. But in order to try to address all of that, I would underscore Commissioner Overman's request to see some of those options that were on page 12 of the presentation, and to see, so we would understand what our choices are in those terms, and considering financing that we would have to do to do some of the road projects. I mean, widening Big Bend Road or Lithia Pinecrest, we've already talked about. Those are $25–30 million a mile. So $30 million we're putting back here is we would have to talk about doing some financing, talk about doing some of those $60–70 million that I heard you referring to on the page 12 options. Well, we're going to need to look at some of that, I think, in order to fix our transportation problems. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to the second round of comments. It is now 12:50, and we have a 1:30 time certain, so be ever mindful of that, okay? Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you. I'll just make that very quick. As related to the 2 million for Hart, I think your point is very well taken. It may be a bit before we actually see any results of the sales tax that our citizens are paying. And as we have initiated affordable housing projects, we have projects that no longer have transit service because of the Mission Max choices. We have one that's due to open up next year that has no bus service. So if there's a way of incorporating the bridge gap financing available to Hart to restore some of the routes that are along our investment in affordable housing, to allow Hart to actually bring those routes back where there's an opportunity, I think it's critically important that we coordinate that effort. Because it is the way we help people get to work, the way we help people become stable is an investment in our communities that's well worth taking. So while the immediate answer may have been no, there may also be an assumption that we might see surtax resources start in January. And that it appears to be a little optimistic. So thank you.
Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
Thank you. I'll be fast. Thank you, Commissioner Overman and Smith, for pointing that out. I do think it maybe still exists there, and I think it's really important. And as I said before, if there's an interlocal agreement or something, if the tax, which I hope and feel, but we can't know, comes through, then it could be restored to the countywide services. The other thing is Hart, just in the last month, has gotten hit with another $1 million expenditure to put in the safety doors. I think there's not, and it's something that I think we need to be cognizant of, and that's brand new expense. So I'd just like to point that out. So I'm going to follow up on this as well, so we can see.
Commissioner White, you recognize.
I feel compelled to state for the record that HART is an agency that was created by special act of the legislature. They levy their own ad valorem millage. They have their own budget, and that this board has no obligation to fund HART. And I also want to state for the record that I have serious concerns about loaning money to HART that would be backed by revenues that are tied up in litigation.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Merrill?
No, I think we've done enough.
Okay.
I'm perfectly fine with moving the 1:30 so we can have an extended lunch.
So you're going to move your 1:30 to when?
Well, we can move it to the end.
Okay.
We still have
Yeah.
11:30 to deal with, too.
Well, Mr. Merrill, the 11:30, he's going to bring that back
Yeah.
after lunch?
11:30.
You have 11:30 time certain? which
Oh,
is the
yes, right,
G1?
yeah, after, yeah.
Bring it after lunch?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. So it is now 12:52. We'll stand in recess until 1:45.
Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Do you want me to go around or?
Check, check, 1. Check, check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Did you see the thing with the Reese's and the guy's head looked just like him? It's a Reese's. No. He was questioning himself, thought he was
Torres, who thinks there's something on the sidewalk.
That's really convoluted. Yeah.
We'll call the Board of County Commissioners meeting back to order, now that everyone has had indigestion from eating so fast. Mr. Merrill? Oh, you still?
Oh, all right. So that takes us to our 11:30 item, which is, John, there you go.
G1.
G1.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lyons.
Good afternoon, John Lyons, Public Works Administrator. Good afternoon, John Lyons, Public Works Administrator. Commissioners, back in April at the last transportation workshop, we told you that we would come back today with a 10-year transportation plan that outlines kind of the framework of where we believe we should be going on transportation projects for the next 10 years. And these projects are for your consideration. Just real briefly, our transportation goals include Vision Zero for roadway safety, focus on maintenance and vulnerability, congestion relief, health and mobility, and smart growth. And in all reality, I look at this as that everything translates back to safety. You know, whether it's a maintenance project, whether it's a road widening project, an intersection project, trails or anything else, is to provide safe use of the transportation corridor by anyone that would be there. The program list, the program delivery will all be dependent upon ongoing and continuing collaboration with a variety of agencies, from the cities to the Planning Commission, MPO, DOT, and others. Everything we do is tied to the community, and all these agencies are tied to the community as well. Our system priorities are maintenance, so these are categories that we spoke of numerous times. I think it's really our mantra that we've talked about probably for the last 5 years, is really to focus on these three main categories, with maintenance and safety going hand in hand to preserve our assets, to extend the life on those, and to provide safety to all those folks, as I described before. The project list that you were provided in the backup to today's item was really built around the framework of these, I'm going to call them dedicated transportation funding sources that we have, hard fixed dedication. So the surtax projections are one of those, mobility fees, impact fees, and gas tax and grants that we're aware of. So this program list, the surtax in the first 10 years will generate about somewhere in the neighborhood of about $1.1 billion in the first 10 years, maybe closer to about $1.2 billion. This plan outlays about $1.5 billion worth of proposed projects. And they're broken into these different categories in the same framework as the surtax framework that we've been working under for the last several months. There was some earlier conversation about going to, I need the PDF if I could. Let's see. So the earlier conversation this morning really focused around kind of that project list. And so some of the things that we looked at, we've been working with a consultant doing some preliminary planning. And these projects that are described within this backup are at a pretty high level. There's actually, the new projects are at a high level. There's some existing projects that are in the queue and in the works right now that we're ongoing with that would be part of that total funding package. But that higher level look is initially looking for, as an example, in intersections, looking at crashes, the severity of crashes, some of the congestion around that. Every single one of those projects will have to be taken to the next level of planning, to where we really get into the detail and start defining what that project is, looking at the cost benefit, looking at other factors that will be able to prioritize the delivery of those projects over the next 10 years. See if I can, need to shrink this. It's up here. Get the full page here. Thank you. So this is the breakdown of the $1.5 billion over 10 years that we looked at. It's kind of the same slide was just previous. There was some discussion. We did break out each of the programs, the bigger programs like roadway resurfacing. We broke those into community areas. There are roadways identified, for example, in resurfacing that will be prioritized and delivered on an annual basis based on the funding availability. We'll put a lot of focus on neighborhood roads in the first few years to get those caught up and continue to work that direction. The same for the sidewalk repair improvement program. The bridge repair program, we've identified these bridges that are going to need to be replaced or made major rehab that are programmed, as well as there's some general rehab and maintenance that goes along with that. Same thing with traffic signals and devices. There are a lot of intersections where the infrastructure's been in place for many years. There's just some upgrades that need to be taking place. In some cases, those could be signal pole replacements. Could be all the stuff within the cabinets, wires, signal heads, all those kind of things. In addition to that, I believe within this program we are putting in a lot of those solar-powered backup devices as well to give us some resiliency during a hurricane if there's any power outage. The intersection programs, this does have some of the projects that are in the current CIP. We're continuing to program those and move ahead, as well as other projects that we'll be looking at in more detail. Smart Mobility and Technology and Traffic Management Center. Under the hardened facilities projects, we're building a new hardened facility of traffic operations, which will include the Traffic Management Center, which currently resides in this building. That'll move out on Columbus Drive. We'll be able to provide some update technology. We'll have interconnectivity with THEA, with the City of Tampa, and with the FDOT. So all these systems will coordinate and work together. We're hoping to also get into a place where we have dynamic ability to react to accidents, to be able to kind of shift traffic around as needed and through that whole process as well. Pedestrian facility programs. This includes developing a master plan for long-term goals and strategies and prioritization. A lot of new sidewalks. This ties along as well to the school safety program as well as to putting those sidewalks in. It would also include enhanced pedestrian crossings, upgrading to pavement markings as well. Safe Routes to Schools program. We work closely with the Sheriff's Office and the school district in looking at specific schools that we want to prioritize based on a lot of their input. And we'll continue to work on adding sidewalks, which could also include pedestrian and bicycle facilities, some safety lighting, some of those enhanced pedestrian crossings as well. The Trails program. Currently in the CIP, there's a pretty minimal amount of money in the Trails program. I believe it's somewhere between $3 and $5 million. Under this recommendation, we would initially focus on completing the Upper Tampa Bay Trail, expanding the South Coast Greenway Trail system as well, the Tampa Bypass Trail, and the Memorial Bikeway, trying to get some more connectivity. The primary focus there will be able to create connectivity to the existing trail system so that there's the ability to go longer distances. This also will help us in the areas of some of that first and last mile type commute, if that's the desire of somebody to do that on a bicycle. Complete street projects. We have several up that have already been identified within the existing CIP. We're recommending adding these projects as well. And so those would, the complete street projects will look very similar to some of the road widening projects in the regard that there will be intersection improvements. There could be additional turning lanes added. There could be that 2-lane enhanced cross section, and also consideration of all the transit facilities on every single one of these corridors that will require further coordination with HART as they develop their master planning as well. The road widening program, so all the previous project lists that you've seen balanced to the first sheet that we saw that showed the $1.5 billion. Within this list, these are projects that are identified either as in the current CIP. At the transportation workshop back in April, there was discussion of adding 4 more projects for consideration: Gibsonton Drive, Orient Road, Sly Avenue, and Van Dyke Road to the program list, which are listed. So we have the existing CIPs first, and then those other projects as well. Going back to the original, to that breakdown of projects, within that $1.5 billion in 10 years, there was about $268 million allocated to road widening projects under the formula that's in there. This first page of those projects that we've talked about add up to about $311 million. So this is where we're starting to see a shortfall in funding that would be available for road widening projects based on the formula. There's some additional projects on here that were identified through the LRTP as roadways that show up as a widening project in the long-range transportation plan. We know that there's some congestion issues. In addition, based on some of the discussion this morning, we met during lunchtime and we're going to put together more specific information for each one of these projects regarding crash history, congestion, some of the travel time reliability type information to be able to provide more information on these projects. And that's kind of a real quick overview of the transportation program for the next 10 years that we would propose, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
All right, I don't see, no, I'll do. Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
I'd just like to ask a couple questions. One, and I've gotten confused over all the paper and all the projects that we've gotten today. But there was a list of road widenings that came up to $550 million that weren't on the CIP and weren't on here. I know that we called your office, and these were on the long-range transportation plan.
So there were 4 projects added that I spoke of: the Gibsonton Drive piece, Sly Avenue, Van Dyke, and Orient Road. 3 of those are on the LRTP. The Sly Avenue is under consideration and studying right now as part of the 2045 plan update. And it appears, based on preliminary information, that it would show up on the needs plan. The remainder of those projects are on the LRTP, showing currently as a 2035 need. And that's why we want to come back to you with additional information showing that there's need today. We believe that's there. Part of the MPO modeling process is that they establish a baseline year, which I think is 2015, that they model and show the condition of the roads at that point in time. And we believe every one of these will be in a condition where it's needed, it's necessity today.
Well, I'm not going to make these motions now or do anything right now at this meeting, but I'll say that I was very disturbed to find process-wise that things end up on the LRTP from Hillsborough County without this board's approval, that they're just forwarded. That process, I don't believe should be going on, and I will be making a motion at a later time so that everything has to go through this board first.
So I think there's a point of clarification there. The projects that go in the TIP, which is usually a 5-year list, those are the ones I know we spoke of before about coming through the board before they go to the MPO. These lists that show up on the needs projects are generated by MPO. They're not generated as a request from us. As they're doing their modeling for the 2040, for any long-range plan update, they're looking at economic drivers, they're looking at population projections, that 600,000 people or so that are going to come in the next 20-some years. They're looking at the transportation capacity systems. So they're doing a total network model in doing that. That's all initiated at the MPO level, not at our level.
Well, I have to say, but these are never approved by this board still. That information's never brought to this board from the 2.5 years I'm here. I think it's really important for especially new commissioners to understand, even when that $812 million package was passed, there was no specifics. I mean, it was a list of names. We didn't hear about the projects. I've been on here 2.5 years. We have at least three members here who haven't had any background on this stuff. I'm on the MPO, I'm, on HART, everything. And I think it's woefully inadequate, and I think it has to be something that we move forward, and maybe the MPO can let us know, but I don't think it's something that the MPO should initiate about how we plan forward in the county. The other thing I think that we desperately need, that I will be bringing back, I still fail to see where we have any integrated, systematic plan of land use, roads, transportation. I've read about what other communities are doing, and they seem to have a system where they get the transit development plan, they move back between the land use and, the planning. In our place, it would be the planning commission staff, and then the MPO, and it's all a kind of process that goes on between them. And I cannot tell that from my vision point, and I've really been asking about this, I don't see that happening. And not in any way near what I think is important and necessary for the future. And so I would like to bring back, I will be bringing back something to be looking at, perhaps bringing in an outside consultant of some sort to do an RFP to get moving forward on a coordinated plan. The other thing that disturbs me is we have, I don't think, a sense of priorities. For that road to end up on the MPO list that was out in nowhere where there was no one living, for that to come before us this year, and it wasn't supported. I just think that, we need to know what our priorities are, and I think that that's a problem because, a community group comes here, and so that becomes a priority. A commissioner wants this, so that becomes a priority. But these, I don't see them being balanced. I don't see them being analyzed to get the most benefit in the most area and to be complemented and integrated with our land use and our transit plan. I realize that we've never had dollars to do that. I think we, moving forward, have substantially, hopefully, more to work with. But that it maybe even is more important when you have fewer dollars. So I really feel like we need to move forward and have that. And I just kind of wanted to express that I felt that, I've heard and can agree that we need certain things that we need to do to integrate the systems. But now I feel like it's just being done, this has a heavy road count, or this has this, or this has that, not part of a integrated plan.
Sure. Mr. Overman, you recognize.
Thank you for your presentation. Actually, that did help a little bit in many ways to see how it's broken down by what we now have as classifications for how we define transportation. So it is helpful. I'm looking at page 25 where we are listing out the road widening programs. And it appears that at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I'll go through each of them if you'd like, are transportation projects that cross state roads that are traffic concerns that are caused by the fact that we have big state roads in place. That the county is going to pick up the funds or the cost of that? Is that how that works? Is that we have to pay for the cost of major interstates through the county?
So as an example, Big Bend Road interchange, the state is kicking in $20 million on that project.
Okay.
As well, and so we're working collaboratively with them on that.
But we're picking up 23 million.
Yes, we are.
Is that required, or is that because
so there's there's no magic formula that divides the money in a certain way. We have congestion issues on Big Bend Road. They have interchange operational issues at the ramp, and so the benefit of the project is for both of us to contribute to the project on that. I think we've been pretty strong on getting them to cooperate. They've helped us a lot on that project, a good level of collaboration. They've been supportive of the build grant that was just applied for that could help further fund with some federal money for that project as well. Typically, if it's an intersection project, say State Road 60 and whichever road, county road in East County that we work on, we'll sit down with DOT and see if we can program up some of their safety money to contribute to those projects as well. So we're always trying to leverage the grant money. DOT has been a really good partner in our ability to do that, and we'll continue to do so.
Yeah, they've indicated, just bring me a plan and I'll fund it.
Yes.
So I want to hold them to that. And where we're squeaking, you know, with, in terms of being able to fund specifically an area that's been brought up several times today, the area of road widening and adding capacity. While I'm not eager to add, you know, capacity in some respects, because frequently it just throws the problem down the road. It induces demand if we don't come up with other metrics to help people get around. I think it is important that we make sure that we are actively negotiating with the state and finding federal dollars to assist us in infrastructure challenges that are possibly federally funded. I know that creates a timing problem, but I think it is critical that we emphasize that much of our road widening challenges actually oftentimes lay at the feet of the state. And so, but we've taken it on because our community is saying, hi, I'm in trouble, I can't get around. And to the point that Commissioner Kemp brought up earlier, you know, are these lists of transportation priorities that we're putting together in line with our Planning Commission and our MPO prioritizations in terms of addressing the overarching planning that's necessary for our community? As we've said earlier, our land use drives this train.
Sure.
And we've not really had a very good map about what that looks like. And I think TOD is critical, and I'm not really, maybe I've missed it, but I'm not really seeing that thought process in this list. It may be there, I'm not suggesting it's not, but it's not obvious. And so if in that process, I sit down with, you know, your office and with staff to get a better understanding of how each of these priorities in our road transportation dollars meet that kind of criteria, then, you know, I'm not opposed to doing anything that's on this list.
Sure.
You know, but when I get emails from constituents that are saying, you know, because we've built communities that are loop communities where there's only one way out and one way in, you know, in, onto what was a normal, you know, county road that's now an arterial collector because of our planning. I think it's critically important that we look back at what we didn't do well and then look forward at what we need to do in terms of funding our transportation projects. If we've not effectively addressed that in this list, it needs to be a priority, because we can't just road ourselves back out of the nightmare we've created.
Yes.
And I'd like to make sure we're not doing that anymore.
Commissioner, if I could, John, if I could have Lucia address that. So she had prepared a memo for me to review and send to you, and with all the budget stuff, it's my fault I didn't get to it, but she's put together a plan to address that. So I'm sorry that I didn't do that timely, but let her just
This is how we
kind
get things done.
Yeah, let her just kind of explain what we have planned, so.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Lucia Garces, Deputy for Infrastructure and Development. So at your last land use workshop, we had talked about a strategic framework, and we had said we were going to bring something back at this workshop. And what became clear the more we dug in things is that there are a number of pieces that come together. And so the memo that you will receive after this board meeting really does say that first we need to continue our partnership with the Planning Commission on comprehensive planning and community plans. That's number one. But number two, what becomes really important
is to fully understand what HART is doing. They have a $800,000 grant for transit-oriented development. And so how HART begins to lay out this transit-oriented development, the scope of that grant, as well as what the network will look like, what the transit network will look like, becomes important to addressing all of these issues. FDOT's five-year work program becomes key, as well as the LRTP, and as that's being updated. And some of the work that Qatar has done on the South County mobility. All of those help us understand the dynamics that are happening. But I think as well, there's a couple of other things. Is soon you will have an affordable housing plan with targeted strategies and recommended investments that Cheryl's going to bring forward to you in August, at the August meeting. There is a consultant that's being selected to help us understand the cost of growth, and that selection process is underway and should be completed in August. That will create a foundation for us. A vulnerability assessment is being conducted by the Florida Center for Community Design and Research. That becomes a very fundamental layer of understanding where we build, how we build, vulnerable populations, and the whole relationship to the perils of flood. And as well, you've identified a number of concerns and issues in your public utilities workshop as it relates to connection of infrastructure, conversion of septic tanks, and the low pressure system. All of those things really need to be tied together, and I really think that is what you're talking about, plus some other things. There are other things that are happening, like the innovation area redevelopment plan, the Brandon downtown plan. There's efforts underway on Little Manatee, TDRs in East County. All of that will continue, but some of these other things that are system-wide, that are county-wide, that impact the cities, that impact all of these other agencies, really need to be integrated together. And so we said we would bring back a strategic framework for you today. What we need to do is more homework on what's happening in each of those entities, and then sort out for you what the recommended direction would be moving forward.
Thank you very much. No, I think you brought up the key issues that we've had in all of our workshops. Is, you know, we recognize we need to, one, plan a little better. Two, we have to figure out how to pay for it. So we've had a lot of those conversations. But three, we have amazing professionals, you know, between the Planning Commission and the MPO and Qatar and a variety of others that have offered us good guidance on how to do our transportation planning and what elements need to be coordinated with a transit plan and affordable housing plan. So tying that all together, I truly appreciate that effort. I know it's not a small one. But how that plays a part in our budget, I think, is important, because the better we're able to plan for that kind of strategy and implement that kind of strategy, the more effective we can in our budget and in our capital, in our financing mechanisms, where we identify sources of revenue that are bondable in a low interest rate environment, would definitely add to an opportunity to work not only with the state in its funding, but also in federal funding, because we have a plan. So,
and on this end, on Mike's end, it really has, there's a partnership between Bonnie Wise and myself that's gone on for a number of years, because we are constantly trying to solve this issue that deals with the financial component as well as the land use and infrastructure component as well.
Thank you.
So the memo's fine, you can send it.
Commissioner Hagan recognized.
One quick comment. I'm unclear about the process issues that Commissioner Kemp identified and why certain projects are on the TIP or LRTP. I'm not disputing Commissioner Kemp's concerns, but I do just want to point out that the 4 projects that were identified were originally on the Transportation Task Force recommended list back in 2009 that were approved by this board. So I don't know how projects get on certain lists and not on others, and I'm not disputing your concerns. I'm just saying they were a priority for the 25-member task force and for this board 10 years ago. So I just want to point that out.
Not today.
Okay. And only one of those projects is in my district, so.
Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple quick questions. The automated traffic signal system for Dale Mabry,
Yes.
is that on this list, or is that underway, or where is that?
I think that project's underway right now, and I can double check on it. I don't recall seeing it on this list.
Is that something you're working with DOT on also?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay.
And they've contributed some funding to those projects.
Okay, and then the most important question is, okay, so we've moved Apollo Beach Boulevard, Big Bend. You knew would bring this up probably. You've moved them to this list, and I guess my concern is, you know, we've told the people out there it'd be 5 years. We gave them a definite timeline, all this. So what is Plan B if the is the surtax and waiting for whatever it's going to go through? Is that going to hold these, is that going to delay these projects? I thought most of them, Apollo Beach Boulevard should be underway, shouldn't it?
Yes, it is underway. So we have a $10 million contribution into that.
Yeah.
And so I think the interesting part of this is because we have so many funding sources that we're balancing constantly. Impact fees and mobility fees have geographic restrictions. They have certain types of projects they can be used for, as an example. The gas tax and the surtax give us a little bit more flexibility on that. And then if we have any grant money, so that particular project, as an example, has some DOT money in it as developer contributions. This project list is really, it's for consideration. The existing CIP is funded. And it's a matter of where those resources come from.
I got you.
And so.
But in the big picture though, Plan B.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all have you talked about Plan B? If everything fell through and the surtax didn't happen, what's Plan B? Are we back here trying to figure it out? Prayer? Okay. I guess I always like to have Plan B in life, so it's kind of.
Well, I think that's a nice tie-in to what we were talking about in the budget. So then it's like, we're back to the future. I said before I became administrator, we were constantly seeking a dedicated funding source for transportation, never getting it, and ending up using ad valorem. That's been going on for 15, 20 years. So we're back to the future, which is if the surtax goes away for some reason, then the choice is, do we continue putting ad valorem money into transportation? Do we adopt the additional gas tax? Do we adopt one of the other things that were on that list that Tom showed you, the public service tax? So it comes back to two choices, either new revenues or cutting expenses. Neither one of which is a particularly good option, but necessary. Having a revenue, and this doesn't just go for transportation, but in this case, having a revenue that's dedicated for transportation is the best financial practice, because then it frees up other more flexible revenues to deal with things where we don't have to do what John's describing, which is worry about where it is, what limitations. What we've been doing is taking very flexible general fund revenues and using them for stuff that really should have a dedicated funding source. And so the answer is you'd be looking at raising new taxes or cutting service, because that's all we have to work with. And that's that's not acceptable. So cutting services is not acceptable. Unfortunately, correct me if I'm wrong, but most of the projects on the list are existing deficiencies. So even if we continue to raise impact fees and other new exactions, it doesn't help with these projects, because impact fees are for future capacity.
Right.
So we're kind of squeezed in the middle here. And that's, of course, what led to my recommendation of the $31 million. That's the basic premise, is if we have a dedicated funding source, that's where transportation should be funded. Part of this is a confusion because we have so many different lists, right? We got the 812, we got the CIP, we got this. So one way to look at it is there's just one transportation plan. There really is just one. I mean, John has got a list of stuff from soup to nuts, resurfacing. What's happened, though, is, you know, things get pigeonholed because of specific requirements or whatever. So now we have a new requirement. The new requirement is, with the surtax, there's a independent oversight committee, and every agency, Hart, cities, county, all have to submit transportation plans first to their elected bodies and then give them to the oversight committee. So that's another list that might not actually match up with what's in the CIP budget that was delivered to you this morning, because it's a different animal, it's a different revenue source. You know, we struggle with this. I don't know how many meetings we've had about this. You know, at some point I think we need to bring to the board, here's our transportation list, here's everything. Everything that we've prioritized, everything you've asked for, and then just show which revenue source and maybe label which plan it's connected to. Part of it's because of federal requirements. I mean, MPO is driven by federal requirements to produce a TIP and an LRTP. They can't stop doing those, but that's another layer of projects. You know, so I don't know if that helps or not, but you know, the answer is not a easy one. So.
Well, I personally would love to see that list, your comprehensive list. I think I kind of alluded to that in an earlier discussion where I made the motion. I think it's important for us to really understand, because then when we get into the budget, then you can understand the situation that we're in, the deficits, possible deficits we're in with the budget. And that's how I think I came to my conclusion on the resolution that Commissioner Miller put forward. I mean, there's too much impact on our budget to have these definite buckets constraining us when we're constrained in so many other ways.
So where we are today is that we have a funded CIP for transportation projects, and that's in the capital budget. Where we have a deficit is that $31 million of projects that are consuming ad valorem dollars. It's not a deficit. There is a funding source. It's the wrong funding source, in my estimation. So that's one deficit that we talked about ad nauseum this morning. The other deficit is in this presentation about the surtax in the context of the limitations of the surtax. So when John and his folks took all of the transportation projects and put them through the filter of the surtax and all the buckets, they generated the document that he's just taken you through. So every project that you've seen, except for some road projects, fit within the surtax filters, the buckets. But there's a bunch of road projects on the last page of the document, road expansions, that don't fit in those buckets. Not because they're not eligible, but because there isn't enough money, because that fifth bucket where you can fund road expansions has such a small allocation. So that's the other deficit. That goes to Commissioner Merman's question. So I gave you a solution to fix the $31 million for you to consider. The bigger gap is $500 million of projects over the next 10 years, road projects that just don't fit in the surtax because of the limitation. That means then we would have to find another way to fund those. And the gas tax would help. That would be $20 million a year in additional revenue that would be very helpful, that I think could be used for those projects, I believe, the gas tax.
Yes.
So that kind of maybe
Yep.
connects the dots.
Thank you.
A little bit today. But.
Thank you very much. But I think seeing the comprehensive list would be good.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Education
right.
for all
Absolutely. It would help me too. So.
Thank you.
Before we get further in this, I mean, I know Commissioner Kemp was getting ready to say something about the comments that Commissioner Hagan said. I think that's been said. I mean, there's no need to beat a dead horse. We know you want your list. We know that you're talking about the fact that the matter is not, that it didn't come before this board. Commissioner Hagan made his comments. Let's not beat a horse on that. Okay?
I'm not beating a horse. I have other comments
Okay,
to make.
hold on. Well, let me say this. I hope that the surtax withstands any litigation. And I hope we don't have it. Because thank God we do have it. Okay? Now, everyone wants to know what I said at the end of my comments this morning about the budget, that I had an issue with Mr. Merrill's budget.
How soon they forget.
The concern I had was the $31 million, okay? I had a concern about it being taken from surtax and then moving the money from ad valorem. And he and I had many, many conversations about that. And I got to the point where it's all transportation. And I got to the point of knowing that we had to build fire stations. We wanted to meet the needs of what the public wants and the safety. We had to rebuild another fire station. We want to talk about affordable housing and have those dollars for affordable housing. So I said, okay, Les, you gotta compromise here. So we got the buckets of money. Is it tiring our hands to a certain extent? Maybe. But who's to say that down the road with this ordinance, if it passes, and I hope it does, that the next county commission has to make difficult decisions and tell the public that they have to make these difficult decisions and use those dollars someplace else. So if we didn't have it, hell, I'm sorry, Lord. We'd be further in a hole than we are right now.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why I said I'm not going to fight. You learn to pick your fights. You know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run.
And I wasn't going to fight you anymore either, because I need the money.
So I'm trying to get a point over here that we sit here and talk about the buckets of money. I think we should be thanking the Lord above that we have them here. And eventually that we can use those buckets of money and hope that we don't have to go through the court battles again and waste time and dollars in getting these things taken care of. So let's just take off our boxing gloves and have a come by your moment here and be thankful for what we have and work together to get these things accomplished. Because if we didn't have the $31 million, we wouldn't have affordable housing dollars. We wouldn't have the money to build the fire station we so desperately need. We wouldn't have the money to do all these other things we so desperately need. We'd be sitting here talking about, okay, we got to raise millage. We know we're not going to do that. I just had to say that. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. And not only that, we have a full 1 cent, which wasn't what was anticipated before. So anything you think, we have double that from prior. But I actually wanted to thank, and not facetiously or anything, but Commissioner Hagan for his comments. I think it is. I think there's in the comments that you made, Commissioner Merman. Because we do have a serious, in the comments that Mr. Merrill made, a serious process issue here, the comments that Mr. Lyons made. It all goes to the fact that we kind of haven't had an overview. We have new board members here. I've sat here for 2.5 years trying to figure this out and not all that successfully, even though I've tried my best. And I think that we do lack process in terms of, even if it was approved in 2009, oh my God, by some committee somewhere, why isn't that, before it gets put on a speed up list as a priority, why doesn't that come here again? So I would just like to say, I think what we do have is a process issue. We have to get, and we're not prioritizing which goes to the point of using this money wisely. And I'm glad that we have a substantial amount to use, but many of the $500 million in projects on that list, I don't know that I think that those are high priorities, low priorities, what order they would be in, whatever. I don't feel like I have had that information given to me. So again, I just think there has to be something done about a process, an approval process, it could very well be that a project that we think is a high priority now. In 2029, there'll be a new commission that goes, you know, this is ridiculous. Why did they do this? And we shouldn't just move it forward without knowing that it is what we want today.
So just maybe a point is that probably didn't do a good job of explaining this. So as we commit to these projects, I think there's a process that is going on, and then we've talked about, Lucia hit the overview of it, of some steps that need to be included in the process. We will look at each of these corridors in collaboration with all those things that Lucia spoke of and really evaluate that. The challenge we always have is that the 50,000-foot level that we look at these projects to come up with these lists initially, particularly in the road widening projects, there's a lot of more information that's needed to make decisions and set those priorities. We've always had a lack of funding and the ability to do that. And so we're stretching our money to do that. I think we have the opportunity to change that dynamic as we move ahead and be able to really bring back more specific information. The challenge is today is it's a resource issue. We have all the staff that are working on existing projects, and we've been tasked with a significant amount of additional work, but there's also processes that have to be developed. These projects typically take 4, 5, 6 years to bring to fruition. And so I think there's a good opportunity in the initial steps of this to really vet those, come back to you with a prioritization process that you all adopt and recommend, you know, under our recommendation, hopefully adopt. And that makes it a lot cleaner for us as we do planning and implementing in the future as well. That's helpful to us.
On a lighter note, Commissioner Merman and Commissioner Kemp, in 2029, Hagan will be here. Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
Thank you. And, you know, I feel us at an important crossroads in a lot of ways. I mean, this extra surtax that has come is a whole different paradigm for how we're going to move forward. And we've talked about this at HART, we've talked about it at the MPO, and here that even our wildest dreams of transportation planning that we might have done without this kind of money, or even thinking of a half a cent tax, is a different context for thinking about things than if we are really going to survive the lawsuit, hopefully, and end up with a penny tax and the kind of money and planning that we can do. And at the same time, you know, I feel like the political will of the people in this county, as well as this board and our staff, are ready to make the kinds of integrated plans that Ms. Garces was talking about and has been talking about, of integrating planning and land development with transit-oriented development and with transportation systems. As an activist, I always did what I see a lot of community neighborhoods doing right now, writing us about this road and that street and this pothole and this turn, this intersection, like the Fish Hawk people, and I've done that myself, and I've been confused about the list that Mr. Merrill talked about, and having to fix it on the LRTP and then go fix it on the TIP. But so I think there's a couple of things that I would like to say. I've been trying to figure out how these lists are generated, and I know that Mr. Lyons said just now that the MPO does model the system, but at the same time, I'm asking MPO and being told that no, each local municipality provides its own priorities, and they simply provide data. And then, I mean, I sat through my first TIP hearing as a commissioner, and as on the MPO, and found, oh my goodness, some of these streets, like the one Commissioner Kemp mentioned, that had not come to the board, that in particular the one that I advocated for taking off. That never came to the board. Sure. That was from staff straight to the tip. And then we had to deal with it like at midnight in one hearing. So, I'm going to be hoping that, and looking for process that has a more measured approach of figuring out these things ahead of that midnight decision-making process, when we're, just faced with things that we've never seen before as a board, and that did not come from this county commission, that came from staff to the MPO. So I agree that I think this board should be the ultimate decision-making body on what goes to the MPO plans. And finally, I'm hearing a lot of people echo what I'm talking about in the confusion of all these lists, but to me, and anyway, maybe it's from my graphics background, but seeing these lists is not the kind of comprehensive system plan that I'd like to see. And I would like to suggest that in addition to, I know you got to do lists, you got to run them through the filters, and you have the different buckets to deal with. I get that. But in addition, it might be helpful if we had some maps that would pull together what Ms. Garces is talking about, and show where the transit corridors are going to be, and how, like Commissioner Merman earlier was talking about, how people are going to get down Big Bend Road to the ferry, to Tampa and St. Pete, and show where people are and where they're going. And, it could have a county-wide map, and then also the South County circulator in the university area, where we drill down into more detail for the circulator stuff that's happening up there. If I could see it more on a map in context with the urban service area and where we're directing transit-oriented growth, and where the transit system is going to connect with the road system, and where the bicycles can do the first and last mile. I understand that those maps would be a lot of layers, but it can be done.
Yes.
And peel off layers and then put them back and see that. And I'm maybe asking for a lot, but I think that would be really helpful to have a big system plan besides just project by project lists. Thank you. You thought I was going to go longer.
I take it I'm next.
Which one?
Okay. See what the public gets for hiring a bunch of planners instead of politicians. We all get to work a lot harder. I absolutely adore Commissioner Merman's recommendation of a list where the sources of use of funds can be identified, because it does help us in recognizing that, yes, we may be using fuel tax for part of this, and we may be using surtax for part of this, but we also are granting or using federal funds in partnership, because it also helps us better utilize resources where they need to come together, and more than what the county and ad valorem or other resources. And on your page 6 of your presentation, you've used the surtax allocations as a framework for describing the needs of various different, among all of your lists, the needs that we can fulfill. And in section 1, where you're talking about maintenance and vulnerability,
Yes.
Category, you've got the fuel tax in there. Is that our existing rate, or is that projecting the future rate?
That's existing.
That's existing. Okay, and it's my understanding fuel tax can be used for not only maintenance, but also new capacity?
The existing fuel taxes?
Correct.
There's some, I think one fuel tax by ordinance is required to be used for resurfacing projects only. I think it's the 9th cent. Tom would be able to go into the detail if there are any other restrictions, but generally speaking, yes. But there's a significant portion of the fuel tax that goes into day-to-day operational work as well. This doesn't represent the total amount of fuel tax that's collected. It's only the portion that's allocated to capital.
Okay, and is that our ordinance? Is that state?
I believe
Mandate?
I believe that restriction, as I understand, is our ordinance. So there's a certain bucket of fuel tax that could be distributed either to capital or to operating.
Okay, so if we considered that as a resource, and we're considering actually raising the surtax in order to address our transportation needs, I mean, not raising the surtax, but raising the fuel tax. Is it required that we structure it that way? Maybe County, Ms. Beck can address that issue.
I don't believe so. Sam, is there anything that you would add to that?
Sam Hamilton, County Attorney's Office. Each one of the 3 local option gas taxes or fuel taxes, they're all provided for by separate statutes. They each have separate use provisions. I believe the 9 cent is John had said, is limited to just sort of just maintenance. It does not necessarily need to stay that way. It would require a change to the ordinance. There are some broader uses by state law.
I'm sorry, can you hold on 1 second?
Sure, of
Could you
course.
repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, there are 3 local option fuel taxes authorized by state law. What we refer to as the 6 cent gas tax, which the county has levied for quite some time. The 1 penny, which is referred to as the 9 cent, has also been levied for quite some time. And then the 5 cents, that's the agenda item that's before you for later today. That's never been levied by Hillsborough County. Each one has a separate use provision by state law. When the 9 cent was first levied and when it was re-levied a few years ago, it is, the local ordinance restricts its use to just maintenance. The state law would allow for a broader use. So if you wanted to pursue that, you'd have to consider amending the ordinance, which would certainly be possible.
But the 5 cents is eligible for?
It's generally capital that's in the CIP. There is some authority for certain operating expenses, but there's a question as to that authority because there's an Attorney General opinion from way back under a prior version of the statute, but clearly capital expenditures.
Okay, and the majority of our road widening programming is funded by CIP, is that correct? So far? So far?
When you said CIP, well,
CIP?
it's all in the capital improvement program,
Okay.
correct?
Okay. All right, great, thank you. I just want to make sure I understood. No, I think we have a real opportunity. We do clearly have some challenges, but having that list where we identify where the sources are coming and then working with an overall growth plan and how we manage it, I think will be very beneficial to this process. It's not easy to identify where the monies are coming from. I learned that just in working on the MPO side. And transportation funding is about the most complicated, other than affordable housing funding, part of our world. So I get it. But I do think that that list of all the projects that we find as a priority and how that gets funded would be really enormously helpful.
Sure.
And I like the visual idea as
And-
well.
And we'll work with the budget folks in kind of putting that together. I think, as you said, it's kind of a challenge because there's, it's not a one-year projection, it's a multi-year projection, and we're balancing those amongst, if you conclude
Well,
sub-projects,
next year is red
thousands.
hot, and then we'll use orange, and then yellow, and then
Sure.
green, and then blue. So for the 10 years, find another color spectrum or something. But
Sure.
But I think it really would help us in being able to explain to the public what our methodology is.
Okay.
Because frequently when they're told, yes, we're going to put this into place, and then the next year they're like, how come it hasn't happened? They don't realize that it takes 5 years to get anything done around here. So I think it's critically important that we also know that that's going to take 5 years, and how that's going to fund if we make the decision today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Merman, you recognize.
This is brief because I didn't finish my comments. But DOT, I want to let you all know. When I started on this commission, there was very little communication with DOT.
Yes.
I mean, some, when we had to. But they are really a partner with us now.
Absolutely.
And actually, they're coming to us. We're not going to them. And it is a whole change of attitude, and I just had to say that to put it on the record, because on these projects in South County, they are actually asking us how they can help. And they're really coming through with money and whatever we need. So I'm very happy about that.
Commissioner Hagan, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and this will be very brief. 30, 45 minutes ago, Mr. Merrill more eloquently described the concerns that I shared this morning with the referendum limitations and with the lack of funding, particularly with respect to road expansion. Years ago, I stated concerns when we adopted our transportation policy and plan, and just like that, just like back then, since we do not appear willing to reallocate the budget percentages now, I just want to say that I don't know if it's 2029 that Commissioner Miller identified, or 2 years from now, but a future board, I'm saying now, will be forced to make changes with these budget allocations in order to fund our $500 million road shortfall that Mr. Merrill identified. So I just want to have that on the record for future note.
Duly noted. May I have a motion to receive the report? Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Hagan to receive the report. See no further discussion, please record the vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
F6, Commissioner Merman's item.
Mr. Merman, you recognize.
Okay, this is very quick. City of Tampa is doing a program to, it's a very innovative program, and it's to enhance communication between first responders and people with special needs, such as autism or disability that affects their communication. So I've been talking with Dennis Jones, our fire chief, and I don't know if you want to come make any comments, but he has already started to work on this plan. He thought it was, of course, of benefit to our citizens too. And, you know, it's for their safety. And so that when they pull up and try to help somebody, if there's a communication barrier, they'll have somebody registered, so they'll have somebody there that can help with that communication. And Dennis, would you like to say a few words?
Just quickly, I did meet with Sheriff Cronster and Chief Deputy Lazinski. I've met with Chief Nick Lasistro in Tampa and fully aware of the process that they follow. And we're looking into it now and other events that would also bring attention to that group.
That's great. Okay, so my motion is direct staff, including the fire chief, to bring back a report regarding the feasibility of creating a Hillsborough County Voluntary Special Needs Registry to enhance communication between first responders and individuals with special needs.
Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Overman.
Yeah,
Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
I'd like to say thank you very much for considering this. I have a family member that's on the registry with the City of Tampa. I would suggest that special attention be spent to not only the way people communicate, but also if they have any other cognitive or processing or even mental processing communication, because oftentimes it's very easy to not understand when you're walking into a charged situation, either through family members or whatever. That you can have someone who has some challenges in the way they process information, not able to actually respond in a timely manner that can significantly put that person at risk. And we've seen evidence of that, you know, in unfortunate events in the past. So having this registry is so valuable to those individuals with challenges. And so I would ask to make sure that you consider not just communication, but other cognitive or other, if a family member provides you with some guidance, whether it be, you know, first responders or law enforcement, that suggests special care in working with that person, I think it's critically valuable. And thank you very much.
Yes. And that is the purpose, so that the responders are warned before responding to the home that there may be challenges in communications.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you.
We have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Overman to approve item F6, I'm sorry. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
Item B4,
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kevin Bricky, Management and Budget. B4 is a follow-up to your ELAP workshop and ask you to adopt a resolution authorizing a Series 2019A ELAP bond not to exceed $51 million to refund the Series 2009B bonds and to authorize the Series 2019B bonds not to exceed $75 million to refinance certain county commercial paper notes and finance capital projects related to the acquisition, preservation, protection, management, and restoration of environmentally sensitive lands. And these would fit within the current ELAP millage.
Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp, and Commissioner Overrun. Commissioner White, you recognize.
Thank you. Mr. Merrill, I just want to thank you for finding a way to make this $75 million bond issue happen. You know, I've heard people ask or opine time and time again that the government shouldn't be in the business of owning a bunch of land, but I beg to differ. I think that the public trust is incredibly important in giving people an opportunity to go on long hikes, horseback riding, giving wildlife corridors to move around. And Central Florida is incredibly unique with respect to our ecological heritage. That is one of the things that makes this area so special, and it's part of the identity of our area. And if we don't preserve that for future generations, then we've done an incredible disservice as far as I'm concerned. We've done an incredibly good job of protecting our wetlands in Central Florida, but it's our uplands that are you know, critically, I'm going to use the term endangered. Maybe that's not correct scientifically, but you know, in my mind, they're critically endangered. So I see Forrest Turbeville out in the audience, and you know, I hope if this passes, which I think it will, that you go forth and do good things with these dollars. I know we have that extensive list of ELAP approved lands. Certainly Two Rivers Ranch is a wildlife corridor, a potential for a conservation easement that comes to mind. And it's my pleasure to have played just a small role in getting this before the board, and it's a pleasure to support the item today.
Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Mr. Merrill for putting this forward, but I'd like to thank Commissioner White for being relentless in raising this for the last 2.5 years that I've been on the board, and really working hard to make sure that, again, the voters' will is, the voters voted, and I know it's something to the surprise of many people, but care dearly about. I think it was I didn't check recently, but I think it was 74%, like virtually, huh? Oh, thank you, 79. I don't know why I haven't kept that with all my other figures. But anyway, it's wonderful to see. I'm really proud of Hillsborough County. I'm proud of our voters for supporting this, and I'm proud of us for moving forward to protect these critical lands. And the other thing it does, as I know you all know, but I just like to point this out for those who think that they may not be supporting this, is it protects our insurance rates here when we have more open land for the water and storms, and not just the wetlands, but the other land also. And we're providing wildlife corridors. We're doing all kinds of things in this county for moving things forward. So again, thank you, Commissioner White.
Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
Yes, thank you. And amen to every single thing that Commissioner White said, and thank you for being such a champion of our environmental lands program. I served on the ELAP Citizens Committee for many, many years, and it's a program that's near and dear to my heart. One of the benefits of our land that hasn't been mentioned is we've been able to actually make money on carbon credits from our preservation efforts. and contribute to the well-being of our planet that way, but also make money. And so the final thing I want to say is, well, thank you to Forrest Tuberville and Ross Dickerson and your whole team for managing our land so responsibly through and managing the taxpayer dollars. This is not the most they could ask for or the most they could do. This is the real priority projects that we need, and this is hoping to drive a good bargain with the taxpayer dollars to get it. And so I would like to thank them for their stewardship of the program, but also thank Bonnie Wise and company for the incredible, complicated financial wizardry that they were able to do to refinance the earlier bonds and make money off of that to put towards this other bond issue. And thanks for taking the time to explain that all to me. But good work, everyone. Thank you.
Mr. Merrill, have we ever named a resolution?
Have we ever what?
Named a resolution?
I don't recall ever doing it, no.
Can you name a resolution?
What's the name?
What's the name?
It'd go down the records with a name on it, wouldn't it?
I mean, usually you could just in the whereas contain whatever thought you're trying to.
This one has number R09. Yeah, it's just really not all that awesome.
Yeah, it's resolution R09-128. Do we have to have numbers on the resolutions?
For tracking, yeah, but that doesn't mean you can't add something to it, you know.
You mean like a
parentheses, known as, yeah.
I'm gonna make an amendment. And the amendment to the motion is that it be known as Commissioner Stacy White's resolution.
That's very kind.
Okay, so we have an amendment to the motion, and it's been proposed by, made by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Merman and Commissioner Smith. Any further, let's see, what do we have? No further discussion, seeing no further discussion, record your vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, it's duly noted what a very kind gesture that was. Thank you.
You're welcome. And if it goes down the tube, it's your fault. We're now back on the amended motion by Commissioner Merman, and was seconded by Commissioner Kemp and Commissioner Overman, if I'm not mistaken. Please record your vote.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, F3, which is Commissioner Kemp's item.
Commissioner Kemp, you recognized.
Speaking of carbon, if Sheila McNamara could please come up. I think we haven't gotten recognized here in Hillsborough County for really the leadership we've shown in the whole region. We are really moving ahead, and I want to make sure that our board, as well as the public and everyone else, starts to understand how we are being very cutting edge and very forward thinking in how we're moving forward. And as part of our mission to provide citizens with services that protect and enhance their quality of life, it's crucial that we maintain resilient and sustainable communities. As we've recognized, that community prosperity and sustainability are linked to every operational decision we make. And the county's sustainability initiatives have evolved over time, as has our recognition of the importance sustainability plays in the county's long-term environmental, economic, and social well-being. That's our triple bottom line. I will say that Ms. McNamara, our sustainability director, has only taken her position in the last couple of years. We've done significant, as was mentioned before, that we've gotten carbon credits, which is just amazing for our lands, but it's been very widespread what we've done. While we've made great progress across the county with our sustainability initiatives, there's an opportunity to do more. We now need to place more emphasis on internal programs and integrate them across departments and the community to build a culture of sustainability within the county so that we can demonstrate and attain even greater sustainable responsibility. As a way of documenting all the great initiatives we've already done, facilitate coordination and metric sharing across departments and with the community, and identify opportunities for growth, I've asked the staff to investigate pursuing sustainability certification. Certification will enable us to create benchmarks and performance measures, as well as to develop a strategic action plan, which I think we need something very comprehensive moving forward. The staff, I thank them, and I thank Mr. Fass also. You've done a great job in working with this, and Ms. McNamara. Evaluated 2 sustainability certifications and has recommended pursuing the U.S. Green Building Council's LEED for cities and communities. And I've asked Ms. McNamara, and I'll tell you, when I first came here, one of the first things I was asking about is a greenhouse gas inventory, and I couldn't even have anybody tell me if one had ever been done, because I heard about them being done in other communities. And when I didn't get any answers, I was Googling it and found out that one had been done here in 2010. And I just thought it's so important that we start to benchmark that, as well as all the things that we're doing, and look for best practices and look for what we can do. So I've asked Ms. McNamara, our Sustainability Director Manager for the county, to provide you with a brief, very brief overview of the benefits associated with this certification. And afterwards, I'll make a motion to move it forward.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I wanted to introduce myself, even though I've been introduced. Sheila McNamara, County
Ms.
Sustainability
McNamara, can you
Manager.
put that microphone in front of your mouth? Yes.
Is that better? There you go. Okay. So we have looked at the 2 different programs, and our recommendation at this point is to go with the USGBC, which is the Green Building Council, and their LEED for cities and communities. And I wanted to say that since I've come on and really been delving into this, the county has a history of doing a great deal of sustainability activities, and the board has been very supportive of that. So the idea with this is this would give us a platform for being able to collect information about what we have done, what we are currently doing, and then go forward from there. If you look at the collage of different activities, we have everything from energy to lighting to renewables, solar, recycling, waste collection, co-composting, environmental lands, electric vehicles. So there's a wide variety of activities and areas that we work in on that. Commissioner Kemp has also asked that we come back to brief you more in detail on some of these in the August meeting. So with sustainability, the diversity of the activities and the focus areas that were depicted on the collage of all the different things that we do shows that sustainability infiltrates everything that we do. And it needs to be accounted for when we're looking at our people, our planet, and ensuring community prosperity and taking that into account. The performance categories on this have a variety of dealing with energy, water, wastewater, and so on. But it also has the socioeconomic and dealing with our community as far as that goes from a human experience too. And this certification creates a framework around everything that we do. Will enable us to track and measure our performance in a number of these different areas, as well as setting goals and developing a strategic plan moving forward, like Commissioner Kemp said. Some other benefits with this program is that this is a national and international platform. So we would be able to have our own interdepartmental communication and collaborative efforts on that, but then also be able to communicate clearly with the community and to engage with them, to be able to share our best practices as well as learning from other municipalities, whether it's locally comparing ourselves to counties within our region or comparing ourselves to a national platform. So I think that's pretty much, there's 11 counties in Florida that have already signed on and are participating and are at different levels of whether they've already achieved certification or in the process of it. So if there aren't any other questions, then that's basically a quick brief on the sustainability certification and the benefits that it would provide to us. And I'll turn it back over to Commissioner Kemp.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
This is terrific. I'm very glad to see this because one of the things that I had always been challenged about when I was looking at how we were spending money, whether it be when I was working on the city budgets or now that I'm looking at county budgets, and recognizing that one of the most responsible ways of actually investing in infrastructure or capital or buildings or land, is to look at ways that we could do it environmentally friendly, in a way that makes long-term fiscal sense. Recently, I visited down in Waimama. There was the Waimama Now group and the what's going on there. They had an affordable housing project that was in the process of being built, and one of their attendees or vendors that was there was showing technology that showed a new technology for building homes that reduces the amount of thermal loss at a significant increase of thermal protection from sun and heat and moisture that didn't really cost anything more than the traditional construction. So I was like, well, then we should just require this of all of our builders when we're working on an affordable housing project. And he says, well, you can only do so much of that, but we can if we choose to, through either incentive programs or otherwise. Also looking at ways that we can incorporate solar reduces the overall expense to the homeowner that ultimately gets there, which creates greater stability in our communities. So this makes sense. It's good common sense to invest long-term in practices that actually not only reduce our carbon footprint, but also improve the quality of the lives of those that live here, as well as those that will be here many generations after us. So thank you for the work that you're doing, and thank you, Commissioner Kemp, for bringing this forward. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Kemp, close.
I'd just like to thank you, Sheila McNamara again, Tom Fass again for what you've been doing. And just a fast note that last year, I still haven't quite seen it played out yet, but we spent $4 million on solar panels. $5 million is in the budget this year. We certainly, the first step before you even do that is getting those energy efficiencies. You're totally correct. You can do as much with that as you can with the panels to really lower your carbon footprint. So thank you for that. I'd like to make a motion to authorize staff to pursue this certification and the expenditure of a total of $10,000 over 5 years to be part of this program.
A motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Smith, I believe, to approve item F3. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Motion carries 6-0.
Mr. Merrill.
And your final time certain B7, which is a county audit report.
Let's have a presentation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Heidi Penner, Director of County Audit. Audit report number 365 was an audit of the Covanta agreement, which is an agreement between the county and Covanta of Hillsborough Incorporated to staff and operate the resource recovery facilities. This was a routine audit. It was on our annual audit plan based on our risk assessment process, primarily based on the materiality of the contract term and the expenditures and revenues related to it. So we had two objectives for this audit. We looked at both the financial elements and the performance elements of the contractor. And ultimately, the audit team concluded that reasonable financial controls were in place, that insured invoices were appropriate and accurate. There was compliance with performance measures by Covanta, and the controls, most importantly, really, the management has the controls in place to monitor and ensure that compliance with the performance guarantees of the agreement. We had a couple of recommendations for management. Those surrounded invoice approval and support, the timely receipt of credits from the Covanta, and the contract documentation itself we think could benefit from some consolidation and clarity. So management has concurred with each of our recommendation and developed or began to implement corrective action plans already. And I'm available for questions and ask that you receive the report.
A motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Overman to receive the report. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we move back to the regular agenda, B1.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jim Hudock, Capital Programs Department. Commissioners, item B1, we're asking you to approve the third amendment to the amended and restated transportation grant agreement between Hillsborough County and the City of Plant City. The third amendment will extend the term of the original agreement and provide an advance totaling $3 million to enable Plant City to complete the Turkey Creek Road Enhancement Project, which provides for an improved two-lane roadway enhancement on Turkey Creek Road from Sydney Road to Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. A one-time grant to the City of Plant City totaling $3 million has been budgeted in the Turkey Creek Road Improvements Project in the FY19 budget. Be happy to answer any questions.
A motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Merman to approve item B1. Any further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 5-0.
Merrill?
And B2, Children's Services.
Good afternoon. Joanne Rollins, Department Director for Children's Services. The department is seeking approval for the subcontract renewal statement between Eckert Connects and Children's Services. The renewal statement extends the existing residential group care services provided by Children's Services for an additional 23 months, effective from August 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2021. All other terms and conditions of the original contract will remain unchanged. The projected revenue for this 23-month period is estimated to be $1,677,600. The department is also seeking approval for FY19 budget amendment to increase the residential group care grant budget by $295,367. This funding will cover the period of August 2019 to September of 2019.
There's a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner White to approve item B2. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Thank you.
Motion carried 6-0.
Merrill?
B5, Procurement.
Afternoon.
B5.
Good afternoon, Scott Stromer, Procurement Services. Item B5 is asking the board to award and execute an agreement with the overall lowest response and responsible bidder, Bandy's Construction Company Incorporated, in the amount of $38,776,000 for the construction of 2 new consolidated hardened maintenance facilities for the East and South service units in Valrico and Riverview for the Capital Projects Department. The new facilities will actually house Public Works, Public Utilities, and Fleet Services departments, all of which play a vital role in disaster preparedness. A disadvantaged business enterprise participation goal of 18% was established for the project, and a higher goal of 19.4% has been committed to by the vendor. Procurement Services recommends approval.
There's a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Merman to approve item B5. Let me make a comment here. This morning, we recognize Minority Business Enterprise. Look at the percentages on this particular item. 18%, and the vendor is trying to achieve 19.4. That's saying a lot. I know sometimes we get some of these procurement items that have nothing on there, and that's because out of the 700 and some odd certified minority-owned businesses we have, many of them we don't have, they just can't do the job. But when they're doing the job, and when we can find them to do the job, they're there. And I just want to commend your office and the MB office for doing that. Okay? Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
I'd like to echo your comments. This week, I attended the COMTO conference of Minority Transit Officers, and they FDOT said that they were in the process of making sure that they were covering their MBE, requirements with a goal of about 10%. So we're doing great here. And but I think it was it Broward that mentioned that they had a goal of achieving 25%. So anytime we can work with a contractor that actually can help us exceed those sort of bottom level but achieve a higher level, it benefits our entire community. So this is something to be celebrated. Thank you.
Yeah, Economic Development does a great job on that. They really oversee this program and they really champion it.
They've done a great job in putting together a great program. We have a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Merman to approve item B5. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Good, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. B6, Solid Waste.
Good afternoon. Kimberly Byers, Solid Waste Division Director. We're here today to ask you to approve item B6 to approve and execute the third modification for the term of the contract between the county and Waste Connections of Florida, or also known as Progressive Waste Solutions. The purpose of this third modification is to adjust the contractor's recycling processing fee and to add and clarify other related provisions in the agreement. There are sufficient funds within the Solid Waste Division's operating fund to cover the estimated $1.1 million cost and defray any rate implications from this action. A contract review, including a recycling market evaluation and recycling processing alternatives, have been submitted by 2 third-party consultants, industry experts, as part of their recommendation. Both parties recommend the county pursue the modification due to the current market conditions and an absence of recycling processing alternatives at this time. We have our third-party experts with CDM and RRS and our recycling processor Waste Connections here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Motion by Commissioner Merman. Second by Commissioner Overman to approve item B6. Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have some questions about this. The optics didn't look that great. But after staff really explained to me what the situation is, and I think we're in a real dilemma on recyclables. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's a nationwide dilemma.
And so I guess you're going to be looking at that as we go into this RFP and moving forward next year?
Yes, we are looking at all alternatives up to and including a county recycling processing facility.
Yeah, because nobody wants the recyclables anymore, and we really don't want them in our landfill.
That is
correct. It's a huge issue. And I would say, you always look great. No one would ever know she's in charge of solid waste.
Thank you.
So thank you all very much.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp, Overman and Kemp to approve item B6. Any further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carries 6-0.
Mr. Barrow.
Board appointments, F1. No, he has to defer it. You have to go.
Your first board is your Anti-Bullying Advisory Committee. Choose 2, 1 from each category. Commissioner Miller,
Number 1 and number 4.
Commissioner Kemp,
1 and 4.
Commissioner White,
1 and 4.
Commissioner Merman,
1 and 4.
Commissioner Smith, 1 and 4. Commissioner Overman.
1 and 4.
It will be Julio Granada and Jennifer Shiver. The next is your Career Source Tampa Bay. Choose 2, Commissioner Miller,
5 and 6.
Commissioner Kemp,
5 and 6.
Commissioner White,
5 and 6.
Commissioner Merman.
I don't have Career Source in my book. Can someone loan
Here
me
it
their
is.
book and let me see? I'm sorry. I do sit on this. Oh, definitely 5 and 6.
That's why I told him to put a tab.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what,
She said 5 and 6.
5 and 6.
Commissioner Commissioner Smith,
5 and 6.
Commissioner Overman.
5 and 6.
Be Constant Daniels and Stephen Morey. The Historical Advisory Council, choose 1, Commissioner Miller,
Number 9.
Commissioner Kemp,
8.
Commissioner White,
8.
Commissioner Merman.
I'm sorry, I don't have that one either. So
Here.
I'm looking at Commissioner Hagan's book.
Oh.
This is the historic, oh, definitely number 8.
Commissioner Smith,
Who can go against Rodney?
Commissioner Overman, Rodney Kite Powell. Housing Finance Authority, choose 1, Commissioner Miller,
12 and 14.
Commissioner Kemp,
Did you say choose 1?
choose 1.
Oh, you choose 1?
Yeah.
Choose 1.
I'm sorry. I thought it'll be 14.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Kemp,
14.
Commissioner White,
11.
Commissioner Merman,
14.
Commissioner Smith,
14.
Commissioner Overman.
14.
It will be Rebecca Snyder. Human Relations Board, choose 1, Commissioner Miller?
13,
Yes, just one.
13,
Commissioner Kemp?
3,
Commissioner White?
15,
Commissioner Merman?
I'm going to pick, I really don't know any of these, but I think number 3.
Commissioner Smith?
3.
Commissioner Overman?
I kind of thought we were going to pick 2, one, the person with a disability and then another profession.
They can have,
It could be either or in
right.
those categories?
Mhm.
Okay, well then I'm going to choose 16.
16. Okay, so I have one for Sylvester Mack, one for Marcia Rubin Minatello, 3 for Monique Mavor, and 1 for Nasker Owens. So we have to do a revote. We need 4. One person gets 4 votes.
I'll change my vote. The 3,
To number 3.
yeah.
So it'll be Monique Mavor. And then your last ballot is your Industrial Development Authority, and they actually asked that this board be re-advertised.
I move we re-advertise.
I'll second.
That's a motion by Commissioner Merman. Without doing that, is there any objection to re-advertising?
No.
Okay, no objection to re-advertising.
Thank you.
So move approval of the ones
Second.
we approve.
Yeah. That's a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner White to approve appointments. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Mr. Merrill,
Commissioner Hagan asked that his item be deferred, and so that leaves the 2 items removed from consent for discussion, beginning with A10, removed by Commissioner Overman.
Mr. Overman, you recognize.
A10.
I've actually brought up this, not the public hearing issue, I'm glad to move that forward. But I did want to, address some of the questions we've had today regarding the use of the fuel tax and the policy that actually dictates how it could be utilized. If that's one and the same. That's why I was trying to figure out how the rule worked with the 5 cent that we're looking at, and whether or not the policy that was established on September 8th, 2016 would preclude that to be utilized for any part of our transportation plan. Because it did seem to be inconsistent, the policy seemed to be inconsistent. So as we move into this hearing, I'd rather address that now rather than at the hearing.
It seems like the policy and the subsequent events maybe aren't jiving at this point in time, and we could amend the policy to delete that reference about not being able to use the fuel taxes.
Okay, and our hearing is August
21st.
21st. Do we have an opportunity to address that policy between now and then?
Yes, we can bring it back on the 7th.
Okay, then I'd like to ask staff to bring back a revision of that policy to suggest a conversation regarding how we utilize the fuel tax if it's approved on August 21st.
Will do.
And that's all I had.
Okay, is there a motion to approve?
Yeah, yes, I'd like to ask for approval.
There's a motion by Commissioner Overman, second by Commissioner Kemp to approve item A10. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
And the other item moved from consent, A23, by Commissioner Kemp.
Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
Thanks. This is a very small thing, but on this item for the communications on the courthouse, I just noted that the $50,000 a year earned from that goes into the unincorporated fund. And I noted also that Mr. Merrill said this morning about how we are getting now hit with all the court funding. And it just didn't make sense to me when I saw that, when in the future, that all comes out of the county-wide fund, and we have a source, albeit small, from the courthouse. It just seems to me to more be suited for the county-wide fund.
Kevin Bricky, Management and Budget. Commissioner Kemp, we have researched this a little bit today with geospatial land acquisitions with Eric Sumner. And there are 14 contracts for cell towers. Currently, the revenue, 16. Currently, the revenue from 14 are going into the unincorporated fund. One is going into the countywide fund and one into the library. For this particular instance, for the tower, the antennas that are on the Twigs parking lot, they've been deposited into the unincorporated fund since 1999. That building is within incorporated area. And we've been trying to look back and see the reasoning as to why it was deposited into the unincorporated fund. All of the contracts combined are about $474,000. It's not specifically in the agreements, but I think in talking with geospatial and land acquisitions that we see that we probably need to look at all 16 of those and make sure that they're going into the best and most appropriate fund.
Thank you. So,
Yes.
At this time, then I guess I wouldn't move the item until you're done that. We could bring this back.
That could, if
Great.
that's fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. White, you recognize?
For the one that's going into the library fund, is the nexus that it's on a library? Is that?
I would think so.
Yeah,
and
I
that's
would
one,
think so
and that's
too. But that'll
looking-
be a part of your analysis.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. And Mr. Merrill, do I still have the floor, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Merrill, do you have any issues with deferring this item? Is there any reason that we need to get it done today?
I was just going to ask that. I don't know if there's any
Is there,
urgency.
because we could potentially approve what needs to be approved and park the funds
Yeah.
somewhere, right?
Right, sure.
As a budgetary measure until such time that we can get that issue worked out.
Right.
Good afternoon, Eric Sumner, Geospatial and Land Acquisition. Yeah, we can defer to the 7th.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll defer it to August 7th.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
That concludes your regular items and just leaves future issues,
Before we go into
future
fu-
discussion.
Before we go into future discussion, we have public
Oh,
comment.
public comment, right, I'm
So
sorry.
I know there's a lot of people sitting out there. So we're gonna go through this, okay? Kathy Brown, Bill Oliver, Topher Morrison, Michelle Cook, Christopher Gleason, Chris Vila, Hassan Mardane, Ralph Taylor, Devash Nemu, Ross Nicholson, Terrence Wolf, John Desmond, Ray Reed. Future issues.
Okay,
Commissioner
any
White,
future discussion items?
Commissioner White, you recognize.
Two future issues. Let me start by saying, number one, I just have been so busy, I forgot to give Mr. Merrill a heads up on these. So I'll just, number one, say that this is not in any way an affront on staff. It's just some issues that have caused me to get a burr in my saddle here. So I'll start by saying that staff has done a wonderful job with the Valrico Road resurfacing. It's come along nicely. The vendor, particularly on the stretch between Durant and Lumsden, threw down a bunch of sod during the dry spell, and it died. So they've dug up the old sod, they've laid down new sod. It looks great, but they've left piles, mounds of the old sod dotting the corridor along Valrico Road, and it's really becoming an eyesore, and it's killing the grass underneath it. So I'd like to see that addressed. Secondly, I know that we go out of our way to be friendly to the business community, as we should, but there are a couple of vacant restaurant sites in Brandon that have become a real eyesore, and I'm going to use the word shameful for one of them. So that would be the old Cheddar site on Causeway. It's been vacant for quite some time. They're not taking care of the grounds. There's some mowing that needs to be done. The landscaping around the building, it's on a major corridor through town. And that's the kind of thing that can really make blight set in a hurry. And it's just shameful, the condition that they've allowed that to be in. And the same would hold true for the old Barnacles restaurant site in Brandon. It's, of course, not as visible. It's off the beaten path a little bit. But I'd really like to ask code enforcement to really dial up the heat on the owners. We've done a little bit of high-level research. They're both held by some LLCs, but would love to see code enforcement really dial up the heat on the owners of those two sites. And, candidly, if that's not effective, I'd like to see Brandon Wagner maybe, draft some kind of a letter from the chairman or on behalf of the BOCC saying that it's risen at our level and it's becoming problematic for us. So it's a couple of issues I'd like to see addressed.
Sure. Are they vacant?
They're vacant. They're both vacant.
Okay.
Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
Thank you. This is with regards to the civil service, the abolition of the civil service, and also what we are putting in its place. And I have to tell you, this morning after I heard our speakers, but in particular Cheryl Schroeder of the West Central Florida Labor Council, it just reinforced my discomfort with how this process has moved forward, what's been done. So I'm requesting a written opinion from the county attorney about the legal and policy issues raised by commentators about item A30. That's the employee discipline appeal process, including the role of this board in legislating any policy and the adequacy of due process protection for our employees and what is needed to create a policy that protects employees from being fired or disciplined. And this is so important to me, I have to say, without just cause as an attorney. I've looked this over closely and have very much concerns about it. And I don't even like to say this, but as someone who booked my labor law class, it is of a special interest to me. I heard the comments of Ms. Cheryl Schroeder, the West Central Florida Labor Council. I think we had a letter that was not quite like that yesterday. And here's what she said, because I wrote it down as I was listening to her. She said, this process is flawed from beginning to end. She said that they had only had a cursory role in this and apparently weren't really listened to. She said it didn't deal with suspension, demotion, or discharge. She had concerns about the binding arbitration. She said, this is quote, does not feel this is adequate for over 9,000 employees spread out over 20 agencies. This is our responsibility. So I want a written opinion on all of these questions. Ms. Beck has assured me that she would address these questions, and I look forward to that analysis. So I just have to say that really, that and the other speakers in the letters that we have all received, I really don't question that this will end up at the courthouse. So I want to be understanding of it on record about everything, because I really think, especially with the concerns that were raised by Ms. Schroeder, that we have an issue here. Thank you.
Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you for bringing this up. I too have some concerns.
Wait. We're on future issues now. We're not here to debate that issue. That issue has been done. Just future issues. Okay.
I understand. Because it was on consent, had not gotten pulled, and I didn't get information until this morning, I too have some concerns, and the letter that we received from the gentleman who spoke earlier today, Deacons, does need to be effectively addressed by staff and by a legal opinion. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any other business to come before us? Seeing none, we're adjourned.